Hey everyone, welcome to another dev session. We're diving into the textures again, maybe do some engine work today. We'll pick up where we left off last time. Let me open up the project real quick here. I did some textures in the meantime. I did a few tweaks left and right to make things look even better. Specifically, one thing to look out for is I did the plaster texture and along with it the timber framing. So that's something to look forward to. And I did some tweaks in the lighting model. There were a few places where all technical stuff, but where normal vectors weren't normalized properly, and that caused the lighting to look off just slightly in places. It was a minor tweak, a bit of a subtle tweak, but it's definitely a difference. But let's go to Count with the Vilia, because we've got a lot of plaster timber framing houses there, and we'll take a look at the texture, maybe see some of the other things that I did. So anyway, this pavement is now starting to look real good. There's maybe one or two blocks that are missing textures, so I want to do a few bricks today, I think. This is the plaster. So it's got the shapes, the definition, the texture layout of the original texture. Like players of the game will already recognize these shapes in the plaster. But overall the fact that it's now smooth and a bit like less contrasty than it was before with the hand-drawn normals is good. This is the new timber framing. These are wooden frames that are like slapped on top of the block, but there's also this block, the original timber framing. The wood is in the same style as the other wood that we did, so the wooden planks don't have the albedo anymore, so there's no color information associated with it. We do have a normal map and ambient occlusion though. Everything is of course still subject to change, but this is the current version that sort of matches the wooden planks texture that we have on the stairs here. Also, let me open up this window real quick. There we go. So that's where I'm at. I also copied over some of the textures from the blocks over to the panels. So if we go to Neversby, we'll do that in a few moments. You will see that some of the bricks panels now also have textures on them. Cinder blocks panels work, and the marble block panel texture is also copied. So everything should look more filled in, like some textures that were previously missing are now filled in, and some are updated with the new correct designs. So this is Count with the Vilia. When the light falls onto the plaster, you can see that it's definitely a different shape and a different style than it was with the hand-drawn normal maps. And inside the ambient occlusion is pretty nice. Like it feels like a very subtle texture. So it's not like the bricks have got this very high contrasty shadow light thing going on. This is a little bit more subtle, and it really feels like someone has like put clay or some kind of material over bricks or alongside or over a existing texture. So that's good. Now let's visit Neversby. Let's teleport to wonder number 4. And here we can see some of the bricks panels now being filled in. Like these. These used to be untextured because the texture was not copied over to the brick door. But there you go. There's also a few marble panels, which I should find somewhere around here. Also, one moment. There we go. Anyway, where are the marble panels? Let's see. Like these are brick panels, these are filled in. Which also sort of signals to me that we needed to do a bit of tweaking on the lighting model, because it's weird that these are unlit while these blocks, the top sides, are lit. So there's something to look into there. Also the marble looking very shiny. I'm not exactly sure where the marble panels are in this build, so maybe we just go on without seeing them first. But trust me, they are there. Oh, here's one. No, this is the steel barred gate. Which might also be a fun texture to do. I want to make the barred gate like totally rounded. See what that looks like.
Been looking for this.
Also, I did a bit of work on the vegetation this week. Not sure if I'm ready to show you my work in progress version, because there's a bit of a conundrum here, like what the style for a vegetation should look like. It's a very tough question to answer, because the vegetation, like it or not, the vegetation like a major part determines what the style the game looks like. And I've tried a few things, but I haven't found something that is like to my liking just yet. Now you might say just copy over the existing texture like you do with the blocks, but that's hard to do because this style sort of asks for different details and different depth to the texture, and it's very hard to infer from the original texture because it's just a very cartoony representation of a tree. But my current vision is that the tree should have very low detail. The tree should give the impression of a tree and not much more than that. Like if people want to make elaborate trees, they can use these hedge blocks or leaves blocks in the game and then build their own tree. Other than that, trees should be more background than foreground. So I can't find any marble panels. Trust me, they are in the game. Like what material is it? A wooden door with a window, okay. They are in the game, but we just can't seem to find them here at the moment. Here's one, nope. I give up. Maybe if we go to a random wonder we can find one. 12 Kingdoms by Rob. Maybe we can find some cinder blocks paneling here. Or we should go to Psychedelia. I know for sure that there's a cinder block panel thing going on there. Because I don't see too many panels being used in this wonder just yet. We just walking. Psychedelia is 28, I believe. Yes, there we go. Go visit the marble columns. They look so nice. And the capitals on top, I think they've got just the right degree of contrast and glossiness to them. If we go into the museum, we can see some of the cinder block paneling. It's also already here on the sides, so it's now the new texture, the new texture style. Previously, when you entered this door, you would see the two styles clash somewhat, but now these backgrounds, these walls in between, have the same texture style. It's literally the same texture as the regular cinder blocks. And with that change, the entire visual sort of becomes more low contrasty, because we had these very dark albedo colors in there, like colors for the material itself. It was sort of a hack, and now that's gone, and now it's just a bit more of a serene look to it. So anyway, that's what's up. And now we go into creation mode to see if we can make some new stuff. I think this is a section with all kinds of panels here in the material museum, so we can take a look at the, here we go, the ruined stone door now has the texture, the white marble door. So these are the marble textures. They are actually available in the material museum. Orange marble, then this should be the black marble, so very dark, but once the light falls onto it you can see that the texture of marble starts to shine through. Overgrown cinder blocks, bottom lit, so it looks a bit eerie, it looks a bit spooky. And this is the regular cinder blocks. Bricks. So I copied a few texture designs from the regular bricks over to the panels. And it looks pretty nice, that way, more consistent. And here are the timber framing blocks. Again, because the light coming on, coming in from the bottom, it looks a bit like a horror movie. And what do we have here? Oh, there's room for more materials. So Infamous was smart and actually reserved some space to have additional stuff here. Looks good, looks good. Anyway, we're going to sign out of the game. Options, quit, or do I have something to show in the build alone mode? Let's see. No, just the timber framing. Again, the wood very flatly shaded, sort of, like there's no wood grain in here. To see if this can work as a style. Of course, still the nice rocks over there. Good, good. So, oh yeah, I saw the whatchamacallit, tree bark.
Oh, no time to waste.
I updated the texture slightly. I found out that I made a mistake in the circular waving that was going on in the texture, and I fixed that, or I improved the circular wave form in the texture. Previously it had a bit of a vertical artifact in there, and now it's more rounded, it's cleaner. So I'm not sure if you want to see it at work in Saint Refoir, which is 29, I think we can go to, which is right next to the library. Yeah, over here. Not super sure if you can see the difference without seeing the other version up close, but you still see sort of these vertical lines in there, this vertical waving. Yeah, Jessica says shh, silence. We're just going to ignore Jessica here. But like these vertical lines, they are still in there, these vertical waves, and they're just a bit smoother now. So it is a bit more cartoony, and the depth perception of it is a bit better, I feel. The previous one had artifacts in the profile, and it just messed up the texture just slightly, ever so slightly. And this is more cartoony and more wavy, sort of. That's all looking good. So now we have to decide what we want to do today. If we open up the texture folder, documents, artwork production, PBR, blocks. A lot of blocks have now already been reworked into the new style. So we've got bamboo, which is absolutely perfect, I believe. We've got bricks, cinder blocks, cobble. We did cobble last week, or last stream, I believe. So we now have smaller gaps between the blocks, which is nice. Okay, then we end up facing bricks. That's the first one that still needs to be updated. We could do it, we can do it. It's going to be a tough process, but we can try to do it. We make an archive folder here, archive, to save the version that we currently have. Like, we eventually have to do facing bricks anyway, so why not just tackle it today? Let's call this albedo hacked, because this is the albedo hacked version. And we just copy the entire folder in there. Boom. So our idea, our goal is to get rid of this albedo map, which is the material color map, and make sure that the stones stand out, even if we don't have these like very harsh background colors. So like the contrast needs to move from the color to the normal map. Let's do it. So we'll be working on the displacement map first. The displacement map tells the engine or the 3D content creation tool how thick all of these stones or all of the parts of the texture are. And we want to make the stone stand out, background, recede. So let's try our best here. We can remove these existing files. What we did with the cobble was to sort of like grow the paths, grow the shapes, so that the gaps between the stones are smaller. And we can take a look at what it looks like in this texture. Let's remove our inner glow effects for now, so we can work with the raw outlines of the shape. I want to change the background color to something a bit more visible, a bit brighter, so we can see the outlines of the artboard. Because we will be working with texture wrapping here, we need to make sure that everything tiles correctly still. And already you can sort of see a problem arise here. With some of the bricks textures and the cinder blocks texture, we work with geometrical shapes. So we just make rectangles that do not have any playfulness to them. These bricks are all very playful, and they are not square at all. Like they are very organic in appearance. We also have these large gaps between these stones. And I saw a trick that the hand-painted visual style does. Let me disable the snapping here. What the hand-painted does is just add stones in between. So you get this space, like this negative space, filled up like this with some extra bricks. Now, I'm not advocating that we do this, but it is a way to get rid of some of that background texture, that background stuff that we don't want in our texture. But let's not do that. Let's stay true to the original for now, sort of, which makes a very large gap here. And then we sort of want to, like I said, try to get that tiling going on. So this artboard is 640, 640. Our texture is going to be 480, 480. So let's copy these over to plus 640 over there. Then we copy these over to the top. Minus 640 over there. Then we want these to tile. So let's paste a copy to the left. Let's paste a copy to the right. maybe it helps if I choose a non-white color initially for the stones. Looks a bit funky, maybe a bit too funky. This green, maybe go with 2 shades of blue here. And the stones should be slightly lighter than the background. So, okay, so it's just a subtle off-white color here. And then we copy over these. Yeah, we need to do the same trick, so we can save us some work with the next part at the bottom, but let's get copies of these as well, so we have them in the corners. And then we copy all of these 4 over to the right. I'll copy these over to the left. So I think that takes care of the tiling, basically. One thing that we can do, or did we already? Yeah, we already made these shapes of these stones, correct. Okay, good, good. Now the question becomes, by how much can we offset the path? So how much bigger can we make the stones so that they sort of connect to each other? And that we decrease the gaps between the stones. Everyone, good morning. At least in my time zone, good morning. Stylize, so path, offset path, preview. So 10 pixels is too much. Let's start with 1 pixel. Okay, we can do 2 pixels. Okay, still not like really touching anywhere. 3 pixels. Okay, getting closer here. 4 pixels. The like this gap, it's sort of like the, what was it called, the Suez connection, that evergreen, that boat that was stuck there. We're getting dangerously close here. Danger, danger. High voltage. But maybe we can offset 5 pixels. Too much. 4.5. Okay, this is about as close as we can get to increasing like the spacing between the bricks. So this is with the expansion, this is without. Definitely like better coverage of the entire area. Good. Everyone says it's 5:45 a.m. here. Okay. Guten Tag, guten Tag. The Suez channel, yeah. It's not a YouTube channel, but the Suez channel. A question to ask ourselves here is the hand-painted style onto something by making these gaps filled with more bricks? Or do we just stay true to the original? Like, I'm old school all the way. Maybe we shouldn't judge just yet. Let's leave the judging for later. So we make the bricks white. Then we add the inner glow that we have on other bricks as well. We can go with something like 99 or so. Just make it pretty dark. Wait, well, maybe these are facing bricks, so maybe let's raise them a little bit. 156, and just see what the effect looks like. Then we use normal blending, 100% opacity. Now this is not going to be a blend or a color effect that you see in the game. This is going to be used for the normal map information. So this is more the displacement of the bricks. So like how far are they into the wall or in the background. And for these we can use a very high blur so that they are very rounded. Not sure what you would expect from facing bricks. Maybe 32 pixels. Let's also we are working at a larger scale than the actual texture. So it's not 480 by 480, but it's 640 640 we're working with here. Let's make the background black like this. And now we can do the cobble trick. I call it the cobble trick because it's a trick that we used on the cobble texture first. We can now also apply an outer glow instead of only an inner glow to fill up the gaps. And that sort of leads me into this point that I probably want to reduce the radius of this blur a bit. So we want to maybe do 24. Maybe make it slightly less blurry because we're going to add more blur to the outside of this. And we were inner blurring with a 156 and then we outer blur with, or outer glow with 156 too. So let's go with stylize outer glow. Normal. Use the same color here, so this fades into black in the background. but it starts at the edge of the bricks. So let's preview this. Blur 24 pixels on the outside. And now I have no idea if some of these effects are going to overlap. But we can see what this looks like. Like you do see the outer glow effect. I'm not sure why it doesn't really connect visually, so it feels like it should be lighter. Felix Leiter from the CIA. Zombie hugs are the best. What's up, everyone? Hey, Zombie. Good morning. Like what you ask, what's up? Things are starting to warm up here. So, welcome. You're one of the first to join us here. Everyone was here a little bit earlier. I'm working on the facing bricks texture here. Trying my best to find a way to decrease the gaps between the bricks while still making the texture look super good. So this is my first attempt. It's the same we always do, try to take over the world here. Not sure if you saw a lot of progress in the PBR remastering that we're doing of the game, but things are starting to look like really sick in places. We've got some nice textures going, some nice shading effects, like everything is coming together nicely. And like, stick around, enjoy the ride. If you've got comments or questions on the game or what I'm doing, just let me know. I use that block for my foundation of my house. Here, there you go. It's an important block, you see, which is why we're paying a lot of attention to it. This is the horizontal version. If this one works, we're going with the vertical version. Alright, so this is the 3D rendering of the displacement map. And it looks pretty sharp. I don't see too many areas that are like unshaded. Now we always smooth out the normal map like this. That probably gets rid of some more like unshaded pixels. There are very few totally flat areas in here, which is exactly what we're looking for, because we're looking for this nice detail, this nice depth to every texture, and we definitely filled up all of the gaps with at least some 3D information here. So we need to make sure that's set to tiling both. That's good. And I think we can just run with this for the first version. So let's save our first normal map here, facing bricks, variations, horizontal, normal, boom. Now we extract the ambient occlusion map. This is sort of the depth information converted into a map that says how much light is touching every spot. You get these nice grooves in between these blocks, like where the gaps are. And I think this looks very nice. If I switch to 3D, can I switch back? Yes, of course. Also Zombie Hugs, I'm not sure if you're playing on Android. If you're playing on Android, we now have the 3D version up on the Google Play Store. It's a few cents, a few euros, dollars. If you go to support and then click on the Google Play Store here, you will see the 3D version. It's just only recently been released, so you can be one of the first to get it. But if you get this version, it also includes 2D. So this has everything in there, including higher quality sounds, higher quality music, more music, your PC. And I'm a Mac. Nice. Yeah, no, you can always, like, you can real time, while even playing the game, you can switch between styles from the options menu. So let's save the facing bricks ambient occlusion here. AO. 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 Save the material thing, that's good. Now if this texture works, if we're happy with this, we can probably just rotate it and get the vertical version of the texture, because there's not a lot of differences between those. And the albedo map, we want to make no albedo, basically. So let's first save the displacement. We're just going to make an empty albedo map, just like what we always do. Also check out, ever since we extracted the ambient occlusion, check out the rich shading on this. Like if the stones look like, they will sort of look like this with normal mapping and ambient occlusion, which is very rich, very nice, and much better than having that albedo map do all of the work here. Of course, with displacement mapping, if we ever were able to implement this in the game, that would be even better, like even nicer shading. But it's good. Like the ambient occlusion adds this bit of depth. This bit of depth. This bit of depth. There we go. So it definitely adds a bit of contrast in between the stones, which is good. But anyway, we're making a clean, empty albedo map here because we don't want albedo anymore. Facing bricks horizontal albedo, just overwrite the existing version. We already made a copy. Alright, so if all goes well, and if I'm not mistaken, the texture sheet should be smaller now. Yeah, because we reused the albedo texture for this block as well, because it's empty. So we can just convert it, then we open a terminal and another terminal. Documents, Angeldust, Angeldust code generation. We run the code generation so the texture layout gets updated. And then we go into the artwork folder, artwork, textures, PBR, game world, and then we convert a regular texture sheet like this. I do have one issue. When I place stairs down, it turns to a full block. Okay, that's because the blocks are intelligent. Now you might ask, what's intelligent about this? And I can show you. Okay, let's build alone.
Let's go.
And here we have them. Ladies and gentlemen, we got them. And I think there's some very nice depth to this design. Like definitely the original lines feels very much like the original stones that we have. Yeah, you have to use a setup. Yes, you have to connect them to each other. They will form stairs when connected to other stairs blocks. So, like if you place down a single block, it's a full block. But once you place another one, then they will start to form stairs in the direction that you place them. So, for instance, you can make something of this shape, or you can make something of this shape. Let's see if we can make the entire, and of course everything in between. So by connecting them, and I'm not exactly sure, you should ask Ruwan. Ruwan was on YouTube earlier. Ruwan was eating breakfast. Hey Croc Nation, how are you doing? So that's how the stairs blocks work. Sorry, and they also work upside down. So if you these are all stairs blocks, and if you place one here, like you get the regular stairs, but if you place one on top, you get upside down slopes. And I love this shape. Like wonder builders in the game, they know how much I love this shape of this upside down slope. And I've got all kinds of configurations over here, which of course work identically in the current version of the game. But I had to improve the normal mapping on these. So you can make all kinds of upside down stairs. What? No way, I need that for my build. Like, are you saying no way I need that, or no way I need that? Anyway, okay, horizontal facing bricks. I think we have a nice process here for making them look super good. And because of the 3D effect, you really get a sense of these intertwining, almost like rope-like texture to them. You need it. I need it. Very detailed, very ornamental, very decorative. Looks really good, So do we also make the vertical version now? Do we just like go ahead and make the vertical version using the same process? Because I'm happy with this result. Like it's much better and much more subtle than the previous version with the albedo hack in there. So I would be happy to just use this. Maybe we need to check G's castle. Salomon's castle. Let's go into the world and let's open up. I need to look up the number here. G castle, Salomon's castle, wonder number 10. Teleport to wonder number 10, Salomon's castle. This also uses a lot of horizontal facing bricks. Here we go. To get a bit of a feel with the of the depth and the interaction with other materials here. It's decent. I don't think there's like super much that we can do to basically make this look better. I think downstairs there's even more buildings with that texture. In fact, there's buildings, like entire buildings made out of this texture. Like here we see the thing, like if there's no sunlight falling onto it, you are stuck well stuck, but you only get the ambient occlusion. And you could ask yourself, does this offer enough contrast to identify this block as being the facing bricks? Is a vertical one. Like as soon as light falls onto it, you get a bit more playfulness and a bit more lighting, like directionality into the texture,
Like that.
which makes it easier to read. But here is kind of the conundrum of the entire style. Like these timber framing, this timber that's placed onto the plaster, it's very high contrast compared to what you see in the facing bricks. Still, this is supposedly a very realistic rendering of a cartoony style. Like, do we want the bricks to be more extreme in appearance? I'm not sure if that's even possible. Well, it is possible in the sense that we can make them slightly more rounded. So should we do that? Here we go with the incremental improvements. So let's select all the bricks, and maybe increase the inner glow slightly so they have more definition to them. I'm also not sure or unsure about the interaction between the inner glow and the outer glow, so maybe this will make things look a bit more contrasty. Let's just like toss this into Pixplant, see what comes out. Close all. There's two ways this can go. Either it looks better or it looks worse. We smooth it out. Like looking at the normal map itself, there's just so many colored pixels here, like an extreme colors. There's not much we can do about this. Like it's just very intense already. Okay, so now by rounding off the blocks a bit more, you get this more worn look to it. So maybe we want to go lower to make the bricks stand out more. Like maybe this is too rounded now. So we were at 24, this is now 32. So maybe we go with 20. Sharper bricks. Again, I'm not sure about the interaction between inner and outer glow, so that's probably a lack of knowledge on my part or experience with the combination. Okay, bricks are definitely more sharp now. Now the question is, do we still have nice... Yeah, we still have pretty nice gaps between the stones, so they are not flat too much. So let's run with sharper stones. Save the normal map. Ambient occlusion shouldn't be too much different, but it just has a bit more contrast to it, I believe. Let's put it next to the current one that we have. It's almost identical, maybe slightly darker. But it's very subtle. It's a very subtle difference. The combination though looks spectacular. Like previously maybe the stones were a bit too rounded, and this is definitely more of a intentional feel to the blocks. Like these were intentionally cut into this shape. Which is good, because these are artificial bricks, sort of. They should be nicely delineated. Convert the texture. Bam.
Oh, no time to waste.
We can just instantly teleport towards the castle one more time. It's nighttime, so a very good test case here. Subtle, but I can see the bricks. It's subtle, but I can see him. Then we go downstairs, get some light on him. Do you make any money with Angeldust? Yes. Maybe you've already seen that it's for sale on like Steam. Google Play Store now also has the 3D version, which has 1+ downloads, so it's still trying to get some downloads there. iTunes App Store, the Mac App Store. You can buy the game on itch, as well for all of the operating systems. So yes. It's not like there's a free version on Google Play Store, but other than that, like in the past it's been free when it was in early access, but now it makes money. Like it's a paid game. It doesn't cost much. I mean, I'll admit as much. It's not a 80 euros game or so. It's 1 or 2 euros. So it's not a expensive game, but it does make money. So anyway, these are the bricks. Better, like a bit less surrounded. Better. I see. Good for you. Thank you. And Crook Nation, I haven't seen you on the stream in a while, so I know you from Angeldust Live, where we play the game and we sort of hunt and then do a lottery to get a pet snack. Not sure if you've visited a dev stream before, but this is sort of remastering the entire game to have updated graphics, and hopefully that will appeal to even more people. Alright, so I'm basically now eyeballing the difference between, and I need to do a pixel zoom, so this is going to look horrible, but we need to gauge the apparent contrast between the facing bricks on the church here. For instance, this patch has got facing bricks, and then the cinder blocks in the background. Get a feel if this is sort of like a similar style, similar depth and contrast to it. And I think it's mostly because of the shapes being entirely different. The cinder blocks are like very square because we use this new process, and maybe we have to revert to using the old shapes, like once we find something that works for that. But I feel that the shadow effect and the depth of the blocks definitely feel similar between these. So even though you might say like, hey, the facing bricks, they feel a bit more subtle, it's, I think, entirely due to their shape. Absolutely been a while. I like the dev stream ID. There you go. So today we do textures of the bricks, the blocks. In the future there will be more coding. Like maybe we'll eventually have to dive into coding today as well. Sometimes you never know where you end up. So let's just see what happens. But for now, let's run with this. Let's run with this and say, okay, facing bricks, horizontal, that's good. Then I want to take a look at the original cartoon texture. So let's go to Documents, Artwork Production, Cartoon, Blocks, Facing Bricks. So at least for the facing bricks, we now got rid of the albedo channel. Albedo stands for material color. So instead of faking depth and faking the brick shapes with color, we now don't fake anything. We just have 3D. Like you see in Pixplant, we now have a 3D representation of the brick. If I can open it up, yeah, there we go. So instead of like faking the shape and faking the texture, it's now entirely real, baby. It's entirely real. Now my question is, can we just rotate this block and be done with it? I know that Robotic and Space would say like, no, you cannot do that. I like to say I can. Because I'm pretty sure that if I rotate this one 90 degrees, we end up with something very close to this one. We can make a proof of concept of this even. Like, it's not artistic, I will readily admit as much, but sometimes you can take a shortcut in life. Let me try this out. So if we place the horizontal texture here, boop, 480 by 480. So I'm not trying to bamboozle anyone, I just feel that these patterns are very identical. So this is horizontal, let's lock it in a layer, then we place the vertical on top of it. Boop. Make sure that's 480 by 480 as well. Okay, so this is vertical, horizontal, vertical, horizontal. And now my brain tells me that if I rotate this one 90 degrees this way, which is counterclockwise, we have the same texture. Okay, the lighting is slightly changed, but the overall layout of the bricks is definitely very close. In fact, like upon seeing this, let's rotate it back. So 90 degrees clockwise. I think it's maybe a double flip. So let's reflect at 45 degrees. Whoop. Yeah, almost. Almost. Flip it vertically. Yeah, it's just so close. It's just so close. The arrangement of the blocks is definitely very much identical. So I can live with this. I can live with rotating the block. And this probably shouldn't even change anything in the meshing at all. So what if... Oh, it does, because the normal map orientation changes. Sorry. I wanted to skip a few steps, too many. We can rotate the material map, I believe. But let's just make a... here we go. We make a placed copy. So this is going to be very simple to do. We make a 480, 480. Let's copy over the albedo. So we just place the horizontal albedo in here. Boop, in the center of the canvas. Lock the layer. It's just an empty file. It's another empty canvas, but we try to stick to a process. Facing bricks vertical PBR albedo. Boop. These are the easiest textures to do. Now we make the displacement map. So we just place the horizontal displacement map. Horizontal displacement. This one. And then we make it 480, 480. And we rotate it. And we need to pay attention to that small block. This one is that one. So we need to rotate this one clockwise. Boop. There we go. It should still tile. It should still be absolutely good. So let's call this vertical displacement. Bam. Save it out. Throw that one into Pixplant. Looking good. We smooth it out. Boop. And look, this normal map is slightly different compared to the horizontal one. So we couldn't take a shortcut here. No shortcuts here. Facing bricks, vertical, PBR, normal. It's good. We extract the ambient occlusion, just like we did before. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Save this one as vertical ambient occlusion, AO. Close Pixplant for now. We don't need this anymore. We can save this layer thingamajig. Then we copy over the material map files, which we rename. I'm just going through the motions here. Long-time viewers, as long as this stream has existed, they will already know that it's sometimes a matter of just copying over files left and right. And I've gotten quite handy at that. Copying files is not the most difficult part of this entire process. Now we place the ambient occlusion, the vertical one in here. Boop. Vertical. Bam. 480, 480. Center it. It's just like a thousandth of a pixel, whatever. Vertical material. Boom. Save it out. Variations. Boom. Saved. Albedo. Get in there. Albedo. Boom. Saved. Now Texture Packer should indeed see the new textures. So we publish a new sprite sheet. Yeah. We convert the texture. And then we have to tell the game that the vertical texture is now also available. So we go into the code generation. Materials. Blocks. Artificial materials. Facing bricks. Cross horizontal. Okay. Then we just paste it in vertical. Vertical. This tells the game, okay, there's now a texture for the PBR style for the vertical facing bricks. And let's run the game. We should now have in the village wall the horizontal and the vertical parts. Now it also uses the cross block, and we're going to make the cross version of the block next.
Oh, no time to waste, let's go.
Yeah, looking very good and consistent. And we should probably check this with the existing version of the game to make sure that the texture orientation is correct. There will be people who look at this and say, hey, the layering of the block is incorrect. If it is. So let's open up Angeldust, existing version.
Oh,
Build
no time to
alone.
waste. Let's go.
Place it right next to this one. Okay. And indeed it is the other way around. Seriously. How did this happen? The vertical one, check out the lines, like it's insane that I'm even doing this, but on the other hand it's not insane because I knew that this could be a problem. I'm taking a screenshot just for reference later on. If you take a look at the horizontal wave, I'm not sure if I can get a mouse cursor in here. What do I open up? Finder, Xcode. Oh, if I switch to OBS, it's on a different screen. Okay. So, can you see my mouse cursor? I hope so. On the horizontal bricks, both styles start at the top, and then this line goes under, over, under. And in the existing version it goes under, over, under. So that's good. But then you take a look at the vertical one, and then this rightmost one is at the top in the PBR style. And hey, it's also on the top on the... So it is correct then. I'm just at a slightly different angle of view here. How should I angle this? Yeah, the window sizes are not identical, so that's probably the problem. Okay, back to OBS. So the right one is on top, and then goes under, over. Oh, click. Oops. It's all my years of Counter-Strike experience that are paying off here. Okay, right one is on top, and then under, over. Right one on top, under, over. Okay, that's correct. And on the right side, same deal. Right is up, under, over. Right is up, under, over. So it is good. It is good. It's good that we double check this. But this is a very nice view, like a nice style comparison between the PBR style on the left and the existing version with the much higher contrast textures on the right. It's really fun to see the difference here. And now the sun is coming in from the right, so let's wait a few moments here, because this is really going to make the new version shine a lot better, a lot more, because you can see more contrast come in now. Everyone says, oh. Yeah, Ron, we're working with the facing bricks now. And I was just checking like if the layering of the blocks is good. And apparently it is. Because I just I rotated one of the textures here. But it's a fun comparison. Like it's a nice comparison between the two styles. So let's wait for the light to fall onto the left column. So Ron, we had Zombie Hugs Are the Best on Twitch, who wants to build with the stairs blocks. If you have any tips for them, maybe you can share them, like they will probably still read them. But this is nice, this comparison between styles. You can definitely see that there's a different tone, a different shading to the left version. I'm looking at a small preview in OBS here. It's nice, like everything looks similar, but also so much different. You like them, Ruan? You like these facing bricks? I used the original texture for this. The little trick you showed me should work. Okay. Like Ruan is now over on YouTube, and Ruan is a very good builder. And the first tip that Ruan shares, the first rule to deal with stairs, choose a god and pray. Okay, this doesn't sound good. This doesn't sound good for my game. Choose a god and pray. I hope that they turn out the right way. You can also use mimics, like mimics to influence the direction that stairs will go. And Ruan says, yes, I enjoy. They connect very well. There you go. So next up, we make the cross texture, and then we will have the entire set of the facing bricks done. So let me close the old Angeldust. Let me close the new Angeldust. especially from a distance, you can see a good difference between the cinder blocks and the facing bricks. So again, like, we work onwards and we can iterate, we can refine things as we go. Let's not have perfect be the enemy of good here. Somebody says, I come from another game and other building games. I've become quite adept. One thing that I've heard from many top builders in multiple games is that Angeldust has a very wide array of blocks and building techniques, but it takes a bit of getting used to. Like, the intelligence in the system sometimes works against you, and then you can use mimics or photon mimics to sort of like make a special case tweak there. Ruan can tell you all about it. No, but seriously, we have very nice building shapes in the game. So not only do we have those cubic blocks, we have got those stairs, we've got those thin blocks, but we have like tables, but you can use tables for different tricks. Like if you stack tables, okay, that doesn't work, but you can use tables for different tricks. Chairs can be stacked so that you get these elongated bars, sort of like this. Those are super cool. Which reminds me, we still need to write some code. We can write some code to make these smooth, if the material should be smooth. Anyway, we have the panels, of course. We also now, this is a pretty new shape to the game. So we have the flat blocks, so they have actually no dimensionality in the z-axis or in the thickness at all, which might make for some interesting designs. You can use them for roofs if you connect them to girders. So this is just a short detour, slight detour. But if you connect these to girders like this, you can make sort of like slanted roofs, if you like them. Of course, we do have the girders at all, so girders can also be used to make interesting constructions. We have the pyramidal shapes, which are also slightly special and intelligent. And so much more, like even the rounded ones. The rounded ones are also so good. You can make spheres out of these and organic statues. It's like, you will not find these blocks in any other building game, I promise you that. You will not find any other building game that has this kind of block that you can use to make smooth shapes like this. Never gonna happen. Nobody has this. Nobody has this kind. We have upside down pots. Yeah. We have those too. Zombie Hugs says, what? What? Oh, and we have stickers, we've got decals, so if you want to decorate the material by having wood on it, you can just place wooden frames or whatever you want on it. It's, oh, I'm just demolishing everything. Zombie Hugs, I have one more thing to show you, one more thing, and then we go back to making textures.
Let's go.
Zombie Hugs, you need to know this, because you've played the game for quite some time already, and you might not know this. It was introduced in a later update. You might not know this. We have undo and redo, and I'm not sure if you noticed. Not a lot of players know this, but this needs to be a flagship feature. Like if I place these 4 blocks here, and if I press Z, it's undo. You can just undo, like in a word processor or in Excel or whatever. You've seen that. Here I thought that I was going to blow your mind. So with Z you can undo, and with X you can redo. So you can just, like, it's just so good for building. No other game has this, I believe. But we've got all kinds of things. We've got photon mimics that can change appearance. We've got holo scrolls, trampolines, conveyor belts. We've got everything. Guten. It's very handy. There you go. That's what I wanted to hear. Anyway, so the village wall is starting to become more textured now. Block picker, favorite edition. Yeah, you already noticed Q is the block picker by default. So you can easily select blocks that you have. It says available. Boop. You can just instantly pick from blocks in the world. Something has it, but you have to bring up a separate menu. Okay. I can promise you, like, I introduced this, like, totally independently. I came up with the idea of having undo and redo, and it's just so good. What were we doing? Oh yeah, we were making textures. Okay, so maybe if people want, we can do some coding. We can try to make... We can try to see if we can make the legs of chairs and tables smooth if we have a smooth material. So if you have marble legs to a chair, maybe we can make the feet like smooth. Anyway, I'm happy with what the vertical facing bricks look like. Now we move on to the cross bricks thing. And am I going to cry? That's the big question here. Will I cry or will I be happy? The walls look nice, Ruan says. Hey Ruan, you look nice. The question becomes, how did we originally even make these? We definitely have the original lines in there, so let's compare. We definitely have the original lines. We do connect some of the edge blocks over the edges to make the lines more visually apparent. Yeah, okay. Also, I have a lot of screenshots now. Which one is the nicest? This one, or this one? I feel this one shows off the texture best, but this one is lit more nicely. We're gonna keep this one. Okay, so I know how to do this. I know we can just outline or expand the appearance of these blocks, and it's good. Ruan says, I watched some old streams for a thing, and God, the old village walls. Hey, don't be hating. That's just what they look like in the older versions. Like the main question here is, do we want to connect this block to this block and this one to that one, and then do this one to that one and this one to that one? So the cornerstones, these corner shapes, I don't believe we want to go with a proper like X cross shape here, but it might be nice to have the cross sort of connect in between itself, because it's called cross, and a cross implies a cross. So basically the name cross comes from the fact that it will connect to both horizontal and vertical, and if you have a vertical and a horizontal line, it's a cross. But we can sort of like make a trick here. What do you think, Ruan? Like, good idea to make a tile and make these connect to each other? I think it might add some nice visual interest. Because that's what makes this wall look good. The fact that we have everything connect in between. Like the layering effect is much more apparent on this new version than it is on the old one. Even though we sort of like took some liberties with the shapes, to say the least. Facing bricks cross PBR displacement. Let's just go. Let's see what we end up with. The albedo map is going to be simple. Oh, not new from template. We just do the same trick. Empty albedo map. You've seen it 100 times before. Boop. Facing bricks cross PBR albedo. You can save it as a PNG. One texture done. Boom. It doesn't get easier than this. Right, we need to do some cleanup here. So we move this to a background layer. I think our background on the other version was at 0, so let's just go with 0. We want to have the depth and the contouring, the profile of the bricks consistent with the other version, of course. Hide the background for now, so let's call this bricks, this layer. And we remove all of the junk, which is my favorite part. Select same fill color. Boom. Progress has never been this easy. Same fill color. Boom, it's gone. What? It's gone. We expand the appearance, fill and stroke. Boom. Then we want to individually merge these. I think these are connecting. Yeah, these are definitely connecting. So we don't want to merge those too much. So let's merge this one, merge this one, and then we do the rest. We deselect these and then boom, ungroup them. So we now have the outlines of the blocks. Now we work on the tiling. So space and robotic, I'm just going to move this brick out of the way just slightly so that it doesn't touch the other one. Or maybe we can do that later on because we still need to connect the shapes. So we move these downwards over there. And then we kind of have to connect them. And by kind of having to connect them, I mean we need to connect them. So how do we do that? Can we just draw an sort of in-between shape here? Let's turn our magnets back on. Magnets, how do they even work? So, there you go. And then we select all three of them. Did we select all three of them? One shape. Looking tasty. Same idea here. We kind of want to connect them nicely. I'm not sure if this is going to look good. I feel it is too steep of an angle here. And also it doesn't connect here in the center. So we have to patch this slightly. Does this feel nice, or do we want to sort of like... I think we have a few of these shapes in the other textures, so let's just run with it. Let's go. Copy them back to the top. Boom. Yeah, we need to move this one out of the way slightly. Just a tiny bit. And then we need to do the horizontal ones. We move these over to the left. Ooh, that's a pretty big gap. Pretty big gap. So we're definitely making a bit of a change to the look of the stones here. Do we connect this one here? Feels pretty good. And then we do the same here. Connect them. Copy over to the right side. Like this. Okay. We can get a feel for the texture by looking here, and I feel that we kind of want to move this one slightly out of the way. Maybe this one too, just making it look a bit more symmetrical. Like we can have different shapes to the blocks, and that's all well and good, but we do want to keep at least some semblance of spacing. Preferably green. Okay? Feels pretty good. Maybe these can go slightly lower. Okay, let's not get hung up on the symmetry just yet. This is a pretty good idea, I feel. So now we can re-add the background, which probably wants to be slightly bigger, so we don't get any artifacts. Then we can basically copy over or like open one of the other bricks. We started with horizontal displacement. We take one of these bricks, boop, get it in there, and then we create a graphic style out of it and apply it to all of the other bricks. Okay. What I don't like is that we have this offset on the style. We don't need the offset in this version, I believe, because the gaps between the bricks are not that big. And we want to prevent these kind of overlaps like this from happening. So either we don't do an offset or it should be smaller, like 2 pixels. Is there any overlap anywhere? This is a problem area. It's close, but I can live with it. Good enough, good enough. I think we're not touching too much. So we have the same roundedness to it, like the same amount of inner and outer glow. This inner stone is going to be very flat, so if that's a problem, we can or should tweak it. But let's throw this into Pixplant first, see what we end up with, if it feels consistent with the other bricks. So this is the bricks cross PBR displacement. Bada bing, bada bada. Open it up, cross displacement, boom. There we go. So yeah, our idea of connecting it definitely makes sense. It's a very nice sort of shape. Let's smooth it out like this. Once we add the ambient occlusion, it's going to be a bit clearer what we're doing here. So let's save the normal map, facing bricks cross PBR normal. Then we extract the ambient occlusion from this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Boom. And now suddenly it gets a bit more definition. So here you can see what happens because of the fact that we connect these stones to the edges. You get this sort of connected look between the circles, between the big stones. And I think it's a nice look. Not sure why or how it's not like in the current version of the texture in the game, but it feels oddly connected. It feels pretty good. Not super fan of this shape over here, like this between the 2 potatoes, so to say. Ruan, zombies, like, is this good or do we want the individual stones like it was initially? I will first make this and then we can see what it looks like in the game. If it connects nicely, maybe it doesn't connect at all even. Yeah, we have the AO in here, and now we wowie. Let me compare. I don't want to make 100 versions, but we can definitely try to imagine what it looks like. This should be the cross PBR base material thing. There we go. And this should be the cross ambient occlusion. We're just cranking out these textures one after the other. No problem, sir. Now the texture sheet gets bigger because we have a new actual texture added to it. So we also need to define this in the code generation to say like, hey, the cross texture is now also available in the PBR style, and it's called facing bricks cross PBR. We run the code generation, and let's see what it looks like. Let's see what it looks like. Do we have any build that uses these extensively, aside from G Castle, Solomon's Castle? Let's first take a look at the build alone world. Oh, it's so good. But we're definitely keeping, I feel we're definitely keeping the edge being connected. This is so nice. This is so nice. Roll the face. Like there's a teeny tiny artifact, which you probably will not see at a distance. Like there's a teeny tiny artifact going on, like here in the bottom and to the side. But it feels nicely integrated this way. It feels like a sunflower. They connect with the brick, yes. This is the idea. I'm not sure if the mouse cursor is visible. Let me try and do the trick here. Yeah. So this connects now. It's sort of like a sunflower. You could make sunflowers out of this if you make them on all sides. You could make a sunflower shape. They kind of connect. Yeah. Not even kinda, like here in the bottom too, they connect. And here in the bottom too, they connect. And here to the sides. I think the sides of the block are most important. So I feel this is a very good improvement. Like the original version works too, with the smaller blocks. But since we are making these connected, I feel it's very nice to make these connected too. Obi would die if he see this artifact. I die too. Yeah, I'm not sure if we can fix it. Not sure if we can fix it. Because the shape of the block is different. It's just so decorated. It's so nicely decorative here. It's a different look to the block. I'll admit it as much again, but everyone says, the sun comes in. What we could do is to copy the bricks from the other textures. If that even makes sense. Sunflower, Hector says, yes. Ruan, what can you not unsee? The artifact or the sunflower? Hector says, yay, I'm late and getting my coffee. Okay, you do that, son. Don't worry about it. We are looking at the sunflowers. Ruan, this is like, you can't unsee what? The sunflower or the artifact? The artifact, okay, we can fix the artifact. We will try to fix the artifact. I'm not sure if we can, but we will try at least to fix parts of it. You enjoy the sunflower, okay. So then, we fix it. We make a copy, or, let's just toss this into the archive folder here. So that we will always treasure this. But, here we go. So what we do then, because we want to make it connect, is just toss all of these out. Bye bye. And we copy them over from the horizontal version. Okay, I might have spoken a bit too soon. Okay. Okay. Okay, I there might be a slight issue with this. There might be a slight problem with that approach. Okay, so we don't toss them out. But instead of tossing them out, instead of tossing them out completely, we do it again. We do toss them out like this. Then we go and grab some of this stuff. Yeah, it would be easy, they said. No, it's going to be easy, but we need to do a bit more work for it. If we can fix it, it's not going to be absolutely perfect, but we're going to try and make it as perfect as we can. So we want these, so basically we can just expand all of them, expand, boom. We can remove the corner ones because we already have those. Why I did this in 2 passes or 3 even doesn't doesn't really matter. Don't ask too many questions here. Ungroup. Boop, 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 boop. Get these out of here. Get these in here. Okay, good, good. We color pick that stuff. And then we go to these, copy these in. Just like that. Then we have more problems than we can fix, but we're here to fix problems, so don't worry about it. We can do this. Why was this a problem again? I like what it looked like. There is no problem with the existing version, Ruan.
Oh, no
Seriously,
ways, let's go.
which artifact are we even talking about? Like, where is the artifact? Can you point to it on my screen? Can you show me where the problem is? There is no problem. Seriously, it's pretty good. It just looks so good. Check it out. There's nothing wrong. Okay. So he said jokingly, but yeah. We do run into a slight bit of a problem here. But problems are here to, we are here to fix the problems. Must have been the wind. Can we just merge down a single effect? Can we just right click this or so and then say apply? Nope, we cannot. That would have been too easy. Is this the part where the entire stream becomes trying to get rid of a single problem in the texture? I bet you it is. It does. I want to click through. Come on, Illustrator, please let me click through. Yeah, there we go. Now the idea is that we tweak the shape of the brick to match, except for the fact we can probably make it work, Ruan. We can probably make it work. Like, the only problem is that we have the offset in there, so then we need to add an anchor point here that we cannot see, but hey, I'm the invisible man, dude. I'm the invisible man. It's criminal how I can see right through you. That's one down. 3 to go. 7 to go, sorry. 7 to go. It's not that easy, which is what she said. Click through, get this to the top. And then we need to accept the fact that this point, we need to honor and respect that this is going to need to be there. But this one needs to be lower. Not like that. Why is it adding a curve? Nope. Get out of here. I'm the invisible man. Does this process remind you of something? Because it reminds me of doing the lanterns. And by lanterns I mean the single lantern. It was such a difficult process to get that one right. Now how do we solve this one? We need to make sure that it's on like this height for the one texture and then on the other height for the other one. So we need to make this a sharp corner this needs to be a sharp corner, and then I want to add a point in between, exactly on the intersection, like that. And now this one, like, why does it become a... It needs to be... How do I... Can I... It looks like a straight line. It looks like a straight line. It's good enough for me. It's good enough for me. Boom. 2 down. A dozen to go. But maybe this one is simpler. Maybe it will get easier. Now I kind of forgot what we are doing here. We need to make the bottom shape match the upper shape, right? Yeah. So then we want this point to move there. You want this one to move there. Move this one there. All of the time save we had from the horizontal and the vertical version is now gone. But don't matter. We just do our best here. Okay. And it's all proof of concept. Maybe this isn't better than what we had before, but let's just run with something again. Because I would agree that getting rid of that artifact is a good thing. But now we're just doing a lot of tweaking on this curve, this path. A few more anchor points. Patience, they say, is a virtue. Alright. Do we agree that the horizontal part should be done? Now. It's better to live with a disappointment than with a doubt. Somehow this sounds more like about being in love than it is about making art for a video game, but... Okay, let's see if we got rid of the horizontal artifact first, because otherwise we invest a lot of time into doing this same trick, the same process for the vertical portion, and then it turns out that it doesn't even fix the artifacts. So let's first check if we're on the right track here, and once we're on the right track, Jack, we can do it for the vertical part as well. So let's save the normal map, bricks cross normal, boom, extract the ambient occlusion. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. As they say in Dutch, beter ten halve gekeerd dan ten hele gedwaald. Which means as much as it's better to have like returned at the halfway point than to have strayed for the full amount, for the full distance. It's hard to translate this. Danger, danger. It's very poetic. I think it was a saying in the tile, saying from the time when you had like these big sailboats and people were exploring the globe, especially Dutch people were, and then they said like it's better to have like returned halfway than to have like gone entirely in the wrong direction. Hey, I'm pretty sure we got rid of the horizontal artifact. There's there's It's because of the bottom stones. It's because of the bottom stones. I cannot fix this without copying over the bottom stones. But I feel that the stone shape itself doesn't have the artifacts anymore. You can't see anything. Okay, trust me, it's much better. It's much better. It's not perfect, but it's much better. So let's do it for the vertical part. You can definitely see a difference in the artifacts between the horizontal and the vertical portion. So let's try to do it for the vertical part as well, and then this texture is done after 1.5 hours. 2 hours even. You trust me. But then, how do we do it? Because we toss out these. I think that's what we did. Then we paste a copy of the horizontal ones. Then we want to rotate them, but we want to rotate them with the center point in the center. Like, will this align properly if I do it like this? Or will this be off center? Questions. We can check by using the vertical version. Okay. 640, 640. Rick and Morty. Of course they are different. Why wouldn't they be different? They're offset by like half a pixel or so. 1 pixel. How do we do this? It's because this is slightly off center. It's I know how we do it. Nope. We copy them over. Yeah, but first, yeah, wait. We copy them over. That's good, these 4. Let's make a separate layer here. Copy them over. Then we make a rectangle that's square. We center this one on the artboard. This is, oh, it needs to be bigger, which is what she said. Nope. I said bigger. This is our fake rectangle, okay. So the rectangle is centered. Then we group all of this junk together. Then we rotate it clockwise. Boom. Then we remove the background, ungroup, remove the background, and now they should be exactly centered. Remove this layer, back to the bricks. And now double check one more time with the vertical version. Why did we do this texture? I don't know, but we did it. We'll get there, we'll get there. And now they should be perfectly aligned. If I remove the placed file, yeah, the lines are spot on. Another great Illustrator hack by Firefly. There we go. And now we need to make the shapes match the cross one. After this, Ruan says, I'm not gonna ask new blocks for Shah. Why? What's wrong? Yeah, we have these remaining parts that we need to connect. And how did we do that? We used them as they are? Question mark. I think so. So let's ungroup these and let's get started. Let's do this bottom one first. So we need to make this shape match the other shape. Something we can do. Maybe not perfectly, but we can move this one here. And then move this point there. And then we add some anchor points because the path is completely different. Now we move this one here, and then this one there. And then we move this one over somewhere along the ridge there, and then we can remove this part. Hey! Hey, but this is the work. This is the work, Ruan. Come on. Don't worry about it. This is the work. Like, if I didn't want to do this, I wouldn't do this. We try to make it look stunning, and sometimes it takes a bit more work to make things look stunning than it does to make things look bad. So I think we can slightly stick to the original shape here by moving this point outwards like that. It's a bit, then it becomes a potato again. I don't want it to look like a potato. That's better, that's better. Okay, so then we only have these two. And already you can see I'm getting more efficient at this process, because the first time that you do it, it's a bit weird, which is what she said. But once you get the hang of it, it gets easier and easier. A lot more fun too. Okay. Oh. It's getting mad at me for dragging the entire shape here. Yo. And yo. Which is also what she said. You can already imagine where I get my quotes from. Alright. That should be good. Now, this brick is a bit problematic still. I kind of want to tweak the shape slightly, so that's not in the way. And then we can sort of make it approach the top edge there. Alright. Anyone still watching? Congratulations on making it this far. It's just another one of them streams. You knew what you were getting into. I didn't, but you did. It always ends up in pain, as they say. It's just always a lot of tweaking, making things better. And then people say there's an artifact over there, and then you have to do it entirely again. Do it all over. But I must also say that I like where we're going with this. Which coincidentally is also what she said. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I mean, this is just very nice. I feel we already spent hours doing another thing. Yeah. Oh, it's like... It's a lot of work, it's a ton of work, but we do get the results, we get the job done. This is the only way to do it. And the only thing you're going to notice now once I fire it up are the few slight remaining artifacts.
Oh, no time to
But
waste.
please ignore those if you will. Ignore those if you will. There's a tiny, but it's the block transition, it's the ambient occlusion that stops there. It's the ambient occlusion that's the problem. The normals are good. Trust me, I'm a doctor. The normals are good. This is the best it's gonna get. You saw it. We did the exact. The displacement map is the displacement map should be whatchamacallit, lossless, tileless, tiling, seamless. Seamless is the word. We need to look at it in context. In
No time to waste. Let's go.
real build. La Primavera uses this block a lot. For instance, most notably, it uses this hey, on the ground. So there's a few facing bricks on the ground. We can ignore it. You wouldn't even see it if I wouldn't have called it out. Just there. Alright, that's nice. Now, do we have the cross somewhere? Okay, we also have the cross here. The crosshair. And see, if you tile cross blocks, the problem suddenly disappears, because then it uses the tiling ambient occlusion map. So it's good that we made it work and that we made it nice like this. So it connects the best with horizontal and vertical blocks, but also in between itself. Do we have another wonder that uses this block? CityX Bronc uses this block quite extensively. For instance, what is the command? CM? Count materials? Yeah. Dense bush, photon block, shape gold, hollow scroll. Facing brick, cross. There should be 20 of them. No, where are they? Show me the money. Hey, they're over here. Okay. See, there's no artifact horizontally either. So the block is just that good. One thing that we could discuss is the coloring of the blocks, but that's subject to a future live stream. Like, we might want to increase the contrast between the shades of gray slightly, so that you get a bit of a better difference between the paving tiles and the cinder blocks. But that's for a future live stream. Like future girlfriend. It's not what we're gonna do today. Okay, next wonder. Equatoria uses a lot of facing bricks in between hexagonal. So hexagonal. So we want to do hexagonal next. I think that's going to be a very simple texture. We can do a geometric approach for that. But the facing bricks, here, check this out. See? No seams anywhere. Seamless. Quite right. Splendid. Whoa! How this... See this tube? I'm gonna call it's a tunnel, but I'm gonna call it a tube. See how it has an octagonal shape? That's cool. So plants and zombies, I'm not sure if you're still watching, but this is not something that you can do in the other game, I believe. Tick, 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 tick. I'm not sure what I triggered. It was all of the other game players typing a message. Well, actually, you can... Hey! Finally, this hexagonal bricks. Okay, we definitely do want to get the hexagonal bricks done. But this looks nice. The... just the change, like the... Yeah, that's a bit of visual interest, having some bricks get all the way to the edge, and then some of them on the corners just being corner blocks. That's a bit... I like it. I like it. Also, the marble is pretty marvelous. Marvelous. Except what's with these guys? We don't know. We don't know, but I like the marble. And here we have more facing bricks cross. So definitely a good block to have done, so we can see it in context now. One more wonder, Far South. Have you used that block anywhere? Ruan, that you know of? Facing bricks? Slash is clear, right? Yeah, and then count materials. See if we can find facing bricks. Should be near the bottom. Nope. No mentions of it anywhere. Maybe Alexa used it in Paxanima.
Hey,
No
sweet
facing
home.
bricks. I thought as much. Alexa used it here. There's horizontal ones here, and there's vertical ones here. Let's move inside, let's get inside. Oh, there's a cross version here. Okay, in all, it's there. In all, it's there. Then I want to visit the Count with the Vilia. I think... Does the paving use it anywhere? Oh, here's some. Here's a few. Looking good. So the main thing I'm looking for now is, do we want to give them slightly more depth? Or is the depth good like this? I feel some bricks, for instance these cinder blocks, they have a bit more depth to them. And we could probably give them a slightly different profile. But that's a very like detail oriented thing to look into. I feel that these cinder blocks have a bit more depth to them, and do we want it for these as well? Yeah, it's the ambient occlusion, I'm pretty sure. Like, we can't make a tile between these blocks because it's just slightly different. But it's already so good, it's already pretty good. Pretty so good. Maybe we can give him slightly more. Or do we have a different problem here? Or are they just good? Like, I don't know anymore. I can't really tell you if it's good or not.
Oh, no time to waste, let's go.
So maybe that means that it's good. Already. Like the cinder blocks are a different style, like they are super artificial. What do you think, Ruwan? Do you have a strong opinion? Do I have paving tiles? Shop. Paving tiles. Let there be light. Cobble, cobble. No strong opinion. Okay. Like, given this, I would say that they can be slightly deeper. Because the shadowing effect, like on all of the other blocks, is just a bit stronger. Let's put bricks next to it as well. Like bricks, even the smaller bricks, they have a slightly bigger... Well, this bottom one is sort of identical. And why is that? Because there's more background there. So I feel we can tweak it very subtly, very slightly. So let's undo this. It's a subtle tweak, but I think it will be for the better. So we keep the background at 0, and then we make the inner glow 24 pixels, slightly wider, and then we use 99, 99, 99, just like that. And then the outer glow becomes is already 24, and the outer glow we lower to 1 to 7. It's slightly hard to get this absolutely right, but let's try this. It might feel slightly exaggerated, but that's because some of the other ones, like bricks and cinder blocks, were already exaggerated as well. So maybe we need to do the same amount of exaggeration here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The ambient occlusion still looks very good. Sharp. Deep cuts in there. So the cross is now updated. The horizontal and vertical are not. Let's see what the impression is.
Oh, no time to waste. Let's go.
Feels pretty much the same still. But the cross should have slightly more contrast here. So which build had everything?
No time to waste. Let's go.
I think Count with the Vilia had at least a cross on a stick. Cross on a stick. Silence. I kill you. Alrighty then. Alrighty then. Yeah, the cross, it's a problem. Like the cross block isn't used in many places. But I feel strangely comfortable with it. Matches the bricks. It has a bit more depth. Yeah, this is the way to go. This is the way. You know the way? I know the way. So one more time. The inner glow becomes 99, 24, and then the outer glow becomes 24, 1 to 7. This file we can close. This file we can close because we're going to update it. Bricks. Inner glow. 24 pixels. Color 99. 99, 99, 99. Boom. And then the outer glow becomes 24 pixels, 1 to 7. Much deeper profile. And this resembles the original style that we had, like the original version that we archived. It also resembles the bricks and the cinder blocks a bit more. So hopefully this will also look good once we push it into Pixplant. Horizontal. Yeah, very steep profile. Horizontal normal. There we go. Ambient occlusion. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So hopefully we can get the hexagonal breaks done as well. That would be nice. I think we deserve a break in which we make a difficult texture and a simple texture. I think we deserve that. Now we also need to do the vertical, of course, which is a matter of opening the file, saving it out. The size is already correct. And then we open that one in Pixplant. And then I think we're done with this facing bricks texture. Difficult to do, but we finally made progress. We finally made it. And we cannot keep all of the more intricate textures for the last, because then we'll never make any progress. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Save it. This is the ambient occlusion. Close Pixplant for clarity here. Save the material map. Boom, boom, boom. Texture is converted. Let's go.
Oh, no time to waste. Let's go.
And now we just immediately... Yeah, it reads much cleaner now. I'm not sure if it's the lighting angle, but it reads much more clean and much more consistent with the cinder blocks, at least to my eye. Here, the depth to it is definitely much better, much better. Shading on it. It's a bit less subtle. Like it's more eye-catching. It just has more contrast because the cuts are deeper, the stones are deeper. But this reads much more consistent with the cinder blocks. And the material itself, because that's what I'm looking at now, the material itself, we could maybe make it slightly more glossy, because right now it feels a bit too dark and dull or so for my tastes. I feel that facing bricks is a different stone material sort of. It should be slightly more glossy, potentially. In the shadow, the ambient occlusion does wonders now. It definitely feels much more consistent. Random Wonder, Striped Road. And this has got facing bricks in... somewhere? Question mark? That building over there with the Dutch flag? Let's just walk around for a bit, see if we can find facing bricks. Paving tiles here. We're getting closer. Time to face the bricks. They're nowhere. RIP. Nowhere to be found. Nefersby, on the other hand, has got them nowhere either. Count Watervilla? Count Watervilla. Let's go. At least we can see the cross there in daytime. Oh, here we have a vertical. We didn't even see this before. We have vertical connecting to cross.
Now we found the loot and we're happy.
And that looks good. That looks good. It's consistent with the bricks. It's consistent with the paving tiles, with the cinder blocks. Like compared to the plaster is definitely much more subtle in texture and in like contrast.
And now we found the loot and we're happy.
But that's what it is. Like we can have a difference between super artificial materials like these and then more organic versions of man-made materials like those. It's good, it's good. Like the contrast in this is now good, the depth. Hey Crunchy, how are you doing? Crunchy, we made these facing bricks. Hope you like them. It's another bricks texture that we did. It was one that was still left on the list. It was very hard to do. Looking good the way they connect. Yeah, we improved the connection. There's a very tiny little artifact that you almost don't see, but they now connect nicely. You can make a sunflower out of them, which I've been saying all stream long. So let's make the actual sunflower for
no time
once.
to waste. Let's go.
And we're gonna put the sunflower on a stick. The jalapeno on a stick. Let's see. Bamboo stick. Are you prepared for the sunflower? You are not prepared. Vertical, vertical, vertical. Then we use horizontal. Horizontal, horizontal. Nice. And then we put the cross in the center. Boom. Sunflower. What do you think of that? The sunflower. That's pretty nice. On a stick. Yeah, it's a sunflower on a stick. Just like that. That's how we roll, baby. But I want to add bricks underneath them so we can compare the textures. Or maybe the cinder columns block, which I also did. Cinder blocks. Block. Let's use the overgrown version. Boom. Sunflower power. Boom. Looking sick as it is. Lemau. No, seriously, it's a nice sunflower. It's good. It's good. I wish we had one more wonder that showcased this block.
Oh, no time to waste.
But definitely the relief to it, the depth of the stones is better this way. It catches your eye. and it just feels much more consistent instead of being in the background. City of Justice. Yeah. Here's the thing, the facing bricks is such a subtle block that it doesn't really catch your attention. It's understated, it's sturdy. A bit of turgidity to the block. No, seriously, there's... it just doesn't like make that much of a statement when you use it. So it's very hard to remember where you've seen it. Because I wouldn't know where to look for it in this build. I wouldn't know where to look. Le Rojon. This one has got it everywhere. You can already see it on the corners of the buildings here. And see, even the cinder blocks and the facing bricks, they connect nicely. With different color blocks, it's going to make everyone's creations more exciting. I got lost exploring all these people's places. Fun places to get lost into. Indeed, that's the idea behind the wonder system. Like if someone built something really cool to showcase to the entire community, we can add it as a wonder, and like every random player will be able to visit. I'm not sure, Hector, if you already knew the trick using the TW/TW command. On the about page on the website, you can see all of the wonders listed by number, and then you can enter the number and you can just visit any wonder randomly. It would be nice to carry over that functionality into the game. And that will probably be coming into this remaster as well. But for now, using the command of it is the way to do it. Some nice red lighting here. Driving home for Christmas. Da, 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 da. I can't wait to see those faces. Da, 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 da. Thanks for the instruction. You're welcome. It's what I do. I instruct and teach people. City of Runeterra. This coincidentally uses this block a lot. Like no joke even. Do we go to the super big castle that uses it or the small castle that uses it? And it feels so good. We've already passed, ran past 12 or so of these blocks, and it just feels so consistent. I recommend doing /TW2. Okay?
Looking for this.
Are you for real, Ruwan? Do you want to see? Do you want to see me look around there? See the facing bricks? No, the shading on it is very nice. The depth to it. And here the shading between the rock on the left. There's some rocks. The facing bricks and the wood. It all connects so nicely. Like, you would almost even say that the facing bricks connect nicely to the rock. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. You cannot. It is not allowed. I won't do what you tell me. I'm just pausing here for a while, just to see the light fall onto the blocks. We had this very famous painter, he was called Rembrandt van Rijn. Maybe you've heard of the name Rembrandt van Rijn in Dutch. He was very well known for his painting style. Chiaroscuro, something like that in Italian, which means obstructed light. And this feels very much like a Rembrandt composition with the obstructed light. But here, just the way that the rocks just stand out just slightly. Oh, this is so good. We've been here before, like just the way that the light greets you when you get up here, and then all of the rocks, they are just happy and shiny. Bob Ross would be proud of this rendering. Now, of course, we cannot know for sure or for certain, but Bob Ross would be proud, I'm pretty sure. It feels nice. It feels nice. I definitely also feel that empty spaces, like breathing room in a build, really comes to light here. Hey, Ruwan, why didn't you tell me that you use the facing bricks everywhere in Aspatia? Here, check this out. Do you like it, boy? Do you like these apples? And just a subtle color difference between the cinder blocks and this is good. Like I said, maybe we can increase that material color contrast slightly in the future.
And now we found the loot and we're happy.
Ruwan, you're chilling there, not even... I didn't know. You didn't know. There's hundreds of them. There's hundreds of these blocks, like everywhere. Ah, yeah. I'm enjoying this. I'm enjoying this very much, thank you. The depth to all of these blocks feels very consistent. It was definitely good that we added a bit more contrast to the facing bricks here. Otherwise they would have felt a bit flat and invisible.
And
They're
now we
already
found the
understated
loot
enough as
and
they
we're
are.
happy.
I like the colors. I like the colors here. Exanima West. Mr. West. Mr. West. Alexi, I hope you're watching. Ooh. The block by itself, this cross block by itself, is just such a nice decorative element here. Yeah. I like it. So, maybe instead of like enjoying the work so far, we should go on and do another block. But it looks nice. It looks nice and consistent now, with the cinder blocks being very rigid, and then this adding a bit of playfulness and decorative design to it. Nice. So definitely a good texture that we did. And now we run into the next problem. Do we allow ourselves to have a bit of fun with the hexagonal bricks, the hexagonal shaped thing, or do we force ourselves to move on to a block, redoing a block that we already had? The lantern block is up next because grass is good, is in the new style. We now have all of these 6 first folders be in the right style. Marble is good. Paving tiles, plaster, reed roofing, we redid those already. Rock, roofing tiles, snow, timber framing, wooden planks, tree bark. Tree bark we still need to do the birch variant, which is not a problem. We could also look into metal, which is a very often used texture. That might be fun. Metal sort of connects with the lantern block in style. Or do we go for the hexagonal bricks? Do we just add a new one to the mix and then keep the streams like redo and make a new one? Also we have the question of vegetation. But that one I might want to leave for a later stream because it's going to shock people. The next one will shock you. It's just how it is. It will shock you. Let's go with hexagonal bricks. And then we also have tapered stones still have to do. Maybe we just flesh out the entire bricks category. And this one can be a more mathematical approach again. The one that we use for the cinder blocks and stuff. Hexagonal bricks. Variations. I don't think we need to make a base folder basically because we only have one design here. So let's make an empty albedo map. I think I want to toy around with the vegetation a bit more before we really dive into that one. Like come at you with a good plan. Hexagonal bricks, PBR albedo. Always feels good to have the first one out of the way. And then we make a displacement map. For this one we need to take a look at the original. Maybe we can even place it in our file. So what's the general layout here? This is so Rouen. We know, Gaston, we know. It's so Rouen. Gaston, not sure if you already caught it. We did the facing bricks. Facing bricks textures are now done. And they look spectacular. I can give you a very quick sneak peek here. It's another texture that looks spectacular. See the rim of the village gate here. And then on the inside, there's a lot of facing bricks too. Oh. And we even made it so that it's a sunflower. So let me show you a custom build that I did. You know, I'm a master builder in this game. So you can now make a sunflower out of it. On a stick. Because we made the texture connect to the left, to the right, to the top, to the bottom. It just connects everywhere. And you can even make a large sunflower by adding more. Mamma mia, Gaston says. It's better than my ex, and I'm going to assume that's wife. It's better than your ex-wife. Yeah, okay, there we go. Mamma mia. Hexagonal bricks. They have 2 in the center, and then they have a lot of to the sides. This is so me, yes. What's the dealio? The hexagonal bricks are not hexagonal. They are not perfectly hexagonal. That's what we can already deduce. They're sort of compressed vertically, so they have a bit of a horizontal bulge to them. Yeah. And how do we define this shape? Like the inner vertices are even closer together than the outer ones, it seems. So we want to get a feel for it, which is what she said. Honeycombs. Yeah, that's a good term to describe the shape. So 160 is definitely too close to the center here. So we want to have it in between 160 and what's the outer portion? 136. So let's do 136 plus 160 divided by 2, 148. It's a very mathematical approach to modeling this. And then we also do one at 240 plus 148. And that doesn't work because it's already factored in there. So we do minus this plus 240, so it's 92. 240 plus 92. Boom, there we go. That's the sides of the... Hey, it's weirder now. I feel we definitely want to move it closer to the center now, because it's off center apparently. 2, so what's up with that, huh? Let's add 4. 152, and then we subtract 4 here, 328, okay. That's good. Then we have these points, these should be at 120 and 360, so this is going to be 120 and then 360, no scope. So since our textures are 480 by 480, this is 1/4 and 3/4, so 120 and 360. It aligns pretty well. And then we need to define the outer size. And does that have to be... Do we need to use math here, or can we just always make it work? I think the problem solves itself, doesn't it? Does the problem solve itself? Question mark. I bet you we're gonna have to use math here, and I'm not looking forward to it. So let's put these at 100, 102. Okay. And then this one is going to be 480 minus 102. And then we have a ruler in the center as well at 240. So, without looking at the original texture, which I'm going to put in a temporary layer here, so let's call it temp remove. Without looking at the original texture, can we now draw our stones? The answer should be yes. I'm doing it. Boom. Man did it. Man did it. Now we need to look closely. I've been bamboozled too many times by Illustrator to trust it. So we check each and every corner point for coordinates. And so far it's okay. So far it's okay. And this one is also okay. So, okay. And I think we now will find that they do not tile. But let's check it. Let's use our standard tiling indication colors. These, okay, good. Then we want to move one here, but it should be over here if we want to make it perfectly aligned. And this is what I meant that we're going to use moth, because we need to bridge the gap. We need to bridge the gap here. 392 needs to connect to, hey, get out, 378. 392, 392, 378, 770 divided by 2, 385. So we need to move this point 7 to the side, 385, and then we move this one 7 to the other side, -7. Okay. Now these rulers are not applicable anymore, so we can remove those. Second one, second honeycomb, comb, whatever. Honey. Honey. We're still not there. We're still not there. What is wrong here? Did we also have to move the inner points slightly? Is it even possible to do this? +7. You are playing Sid Meier's Civilization. It certainly has the look of it, doesn't it? With the hexagons. One more time. Hey. Hey. Now, is this coincidence? Is my question. Is it coincidence that it seems to work? Is this pure luck, or did I do something right? It worked, yeah, but I'm not sure why. Why did it work? And also, is it still reminiscent of the original shapes? I give you the credit of doing it, okay? But I feel that Space and Robotics version is... Well, you must ignore the stones. You must ignore the stone. You must look at the grooves. And the grooves are pretty much identical. Ours are slightly less slanted. So I think now that we have this working... Toss everything out. Oh, oops. It looks like you have tattoos on your arms. Hey. I've got some sleeves. No, it's just my my sweater. It has got these decorated designs on it. Maybe we can right, left, 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 right, right. Maybe it has more to do with the angle of things. Like if it doesn't connect now, I'm gonna cry. I will cry. My theory is that it connects. Yeah. It's true. Okay, well, I like it. It's a comfy sweater. It's like really warm, and like there's the fabric is nice. So I hope you can you will indulge me in wearing this sweater. In me wearing this sweater. Please allow me to wear the sweater. this should then be much closer to the original design. So what I thought would be a walk in the park is actually turning out to be slightly more difficult, but yeah, this is what we want. This is what we want. Good. I will remove the layer because we don't need it anymore. I don't need you anymore. And we make copies now. Lots of copies. Making sure that we place them at exact coordinates each time. Boom. Just like that. Just like that. The rulers of the earth we don't need anymore. We make them white and then we do the inner glow. This good? This good? Or do we go slightly wider? This good? This good. Bricks. Hexagonal bricks. PBR albedo. Displacement. This one is called. Boom. Let's toss it into Pig's Plan. And then cry as hexagonal tiling doesn't work. I have no idea if this is going to work. I hope it works, but you're never sure. Wrong folder. Haha! Vindicated. That looks exactly like what we want. Firefly is making the hexagonal bricks more hexagonal than before. Yes, this is going to be uber hexagonal. Because I'm all about that hexagonal, you know. It looks sick, though. That's what I'm talking about, baby. Like, it's the mathematical approach again. For now, we just do it like this. Until I'm convinced that we have a better process of doing this. For now, I'm happy with this. I'm real happy for you. And I'm gonna let you finish. Which one do we copy? The bricks? Cinder blocks? Large? It's all too much work. I just make a new one. 480, 480. Make a 480, 480 rectangle. Remove the shady border around it. Color is going to be 0, 127, 127. For anyone playing at home, that's just the material definition for a material that doesn't change. Then we place the ambient occlusion inside of the transparency, 480, 480 in the exact center, like that. Move to this, lock the layer, save it as the material. We don't even have a base thing, like we can do this in one go. So maybe the pain stops today because we finally have a texture that we can do in one go. Save, publish. Then we add the hexagonal bricks texture to the code generator, texture name PBR style, hexagonal bricks, PBR. Make, convert. And we should get the yellow version for free. So we have yellow, yeah, and we have the hexagonal bricks in paving tile color. Who knows what adventures we'll uncover today?
Oh, no time to waste, let's go.
You only know if you keep watching. Hexagonal bricks. Bada bing, bada boom. Yellow. There you go. Drum roll. They're bricks. They're hexagonal. I think that we can maybe add a slightly larger rounding to them and maybe make them deeper, just like the cinder blocks. Same problem we ran into with the facing bricks. just earlier. On the other hand, I don't mind. Yeah, they should be slightly larger profile, I believe. But let's take a look in the build.
Oh, no time to waste, let's go.
We had them in Psychedelia, right? Yeah, the entire pavement is now tiled. I want to go to the Material Museum, which is this way. Huh. It's pretty much identical to the facing bricks. Which might just be a good thing, because this makes the pavement sort of blend into each other. People use this technique in Angeldust because you want to add a bit of visual flair, a bit of layering, a bit of like visual interest. And these blocks shouldn't be too different from each other, because then you end up in a situation where it distracts. Everyone says, yeah, they look cool. So this might just be like the look that we're shooting for. Let's visit the Random Wonder, Cinnabon Village. I'm not sure if Cinnabon Village is known for its use of hexagonal bricks, but we can look around. Look around for sure, for certain. Sean Connery, Sir Roger Majesty's Ash Office. License to kill. I basically want to go to the City of Heroes. I know that there's a thing there, which is wonder number 1? Question mark?
Oh, divine.
Why did I ever doubt myself? And number 3 is the striped road, and we can also visit wonder number 2. That's Valesi by Ruan. It looks pretty sick.
And now we found the loot and we're happy.
Except for the fact that I'm not allowed to go there, so... Don't go there, Firefly.
And now we found the loot and we're happy.
Like, this building has got yellow and grey hexagonal bricks mixed. This guy. Lit. Hey, Niels. Now we inside. The texture feels like the original. I hope you agree, Ruan. The texture feels like the original. It's the exact same pattern. The size, the shape of the honeycombs is sort of similar. Now it's next to cinder blocks here. The question that remains is, do we want it to have a slightly larger taper to it? This guy. We can check what we do with the cinder blocks. Again, it's trying to get it just absolutely right. Cinder blocks large. Then we open up the large displacement. And the large blocks, they have... What do they have? They have 40 pixels. And the small, what do the small have? The small block, 40 pixels. And what were we at? What did we have for the hexagonal bricks? Déplacement. Et nous selectons all the bricks. 32. Okay, so let's not go with 30. Let's go with 36 then. That's good. And we could also take a look at the background color. See what kind of... I think it's a bit darker here. The glow is going to 24. 24 is very low. 24 from 200, and so that's about a 200 difference. So these are slightly lighter. 99. So I want to do a little bit. 82. 82. Boom. Just slightly more depth to them, slightly more rounded. Check from a distance before you change. I know what you're saying, Crunchy, but I already decided that I wanted to change them slightly. I feel they are a bit too specific, too there, too harsh. So I'm gonna make them slightly more rounded and then slightly deeper. I know it looks a bit exaggerated when looking at them here, but that's just what happens. That's just what happens. And if it's too much now, we can just undo the change. Because we're gonna make a change.
Oh, no time to waste. Let's go.
Psychedelia. We've got this entire paving thing made out of this block. Good, 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 good. The profile is just slightly more rounded. It's slightly less obnoxious. This way, I feel. It does more justice to the shape, to the block. That's what I think. Oh, this one. This one we can check in 36. Dragon's Nest. Spaceport. Lemau. That's not Le Dragon's Nest Spaceport. It's 32, isn't it? I'm looking it up here. 32 Dragon's Nest Spaceport. Yeah. Lemau. There's a lot of hexagonal bricks in these. In this? No, this is cobble. But in some of these buildings there is hexagonal bricks. There are hexagonal bricks. In fact, here we have them. There you go. Okay, I feel it's very close to the original. I feel they are very nice. And I also feel with the more grazing lighting here that they might be slightly too contrasty now. Except you see them here and then you think, no, this is pretty good. This is exactly what you want. Random Wonder, City of Heroes. Okay, that means that we can go back to the yellow gray building, see what that looks like. Ugh. From a distance you can see them. You can already see the contrast and the texture on them. The bricks on the right side also have the same effect, so it feels consistent. And the texture is just so similar to the original, it's almost scary how little it changes compared to the original Angeldust. It's my headphones or I hear some... what? You can hear some noise, my fans are blowing at full speed here. There's a sort of a very low rumbling sound. I'm not sure if the microphone picks that up. I'm not sure where the rumbling sound is coming from. I hope it's not my house. Final moments before the house collapses. I guess it's my headphones, okay. I'm strangely comfortable with it. With the this look. Strangely comfortable with it. Especially compared to the cinder blocks, I feel they have the same depth. Ooh, Ron, you're lucky that we didn't visit Wonder number 2 randomly here. Is there any other build where those blocks are prominent? Are they used in Eclipsy, in the pavement? Not entirely sure. We can pay a visit. I mean, it doesn't cost any gas or anything. Gas. Cross blocks, another one filled in here. Cross blocks, see? Little by little everything is coming together here. But do we see hexagonal bricks? I don't see him here. Any hexagonal bricks anywhere? Maybe Obi finds the texture a bit too limiting or something like that. Facing bricks, facing bricks. Facing bricks. It looks really good with this entirety of the pavement filled in. Alright. Cobble. I don't see hexagonal anywhere. Fixed. Ekplixie. Yeah, but are there hexagonal bricks anywhere? They're also in stairs form. So maybe this is hexagonal bricks? Yeah, this is hexagonal bricks. Good, good. Black cobble stairs. Oh, it was black cobble stairs. I didn't even know those existed. The more you know, the more you play this game. I bet you Alexia's got some of them. In Paxanima. For sure, for sure. In the main building? Main house? Your biggest conquest in life is writing Ekplixie correctly. You're close, you're close. Ekplixie. You did it even. Nice. You did it, Ruan. You did it.
Hey, sweetheart.
Good, good. Except I don't see the hexagonal bricks used anywhere.
Sweetheart.
Cobble. Cobble, cobble, cobble. Facing bricks. Hexagonal anywhere? You became a pro at writing it. Okay. I like the look of the way that this lamp illuminates the room. Very spacious. Very nice. Very realistic. It's not a common block, indeed. I'm finding this out myself now. Dream Acidia. Does that use it anywhere? This was in the era where we didn't... Okay, lots of facing bricks here. Very intricate design. Combining different layers and patterns here. So that looks good. Cobbles. Cobble, cobble, cobble. Cobble, 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 cobble. Facing bricks. No hexagonal bricks though. Oh, yo, 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 yo. Oi, yo, yo. Oi, yo, 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 yo. Ay, ay, ay. Oi, yo, yo. Check out this room. This wall looks good. Yeah, no, seriously. Ooh. Ooh. That's good. That's good. That's real good. That is real good. I didn't notice how good it looks. No joking. Indeed, it looks really good. It's an easily overlooked detail. Just like that. We saw it and we did it. City of Justice. Really hard to find any specific block here, I believe. There is one building that's potentially made out of the yellow ones. But I'm not sure where it is. It's not here, that's for sure. Good, good, good. But anyway, I like the progress. I like the progress. We can check Count with the Vilia for hexagonal. I'm not sure if this uses it. The snow is just so good, this effect. I do want to add something to the snow. An effect that will make it look even better. And it would be a specific shader for the snow. But it's hard to describe. But we had snow in the Netherlands, or at least a lot of like dry ice or dried up ice. And that has a certain glisten to it, a shimmer, a glimmer. Not sure, like it's very hard to define, but it would be a nice effect if we could make it work, if we could add that. I don't see hexagonal bricks being used here anywhere. I like the depth and the texture of everything though, so that's good for sure. That's good for sure. One more random wonder to see where we end up. The City of Runeterra. Does that use it? I don't think so. Lack of wonders using a specific block is let's teleport to Countwood. Yeah, there's the pavement there. I'm not sure if you noticed, the pavement uses a lot of different blocks in it. So I'm just looking if it's there. Ecplixie also uses a lot of different blocks, but it's a bit more colored. So I'm not expecting too many gray blocks there. This wall also looks good. It's just a repetition of facing bricks, but still looks good.
New treasure smell.
Very nice detail to it. Like if you walk up here, yay. That's nice, isn't it? See, everything is starting to get this this same texture depth to it. I'm liking it.
Oh, divine.
Why is there a bricks here? Why is there... Can't unsee. There's bricks there. Okay, and we're back at Solomon's Castle. Not sure if this one uses hexagonal bricks anywhere. Maybe in the major tower here? I think it's made out of wood, isn't it? Yeah, wood and metals. Mill? Also metals. Okay. We're probably not going to find hexagonal bricks anywhere here. Still though, we did it. I think the texture is good. Let's run with this version for now. So now we end up like with a few moments to spare. We've got about 20 minutes. We can try to do another texture. Or maybe attempt to redo one that we already had. Maybe or like maybe start exploring metal. See what the edge should look like, and then maybe add a bit of a bulging effect to it to add a bit of interest, because the metal has a very nice reflection of the horizon. Maybe if we add a slight bulging effect to the plates, that will bend the horizon in places and will add a lot of depth to it. That's an idea I want to explore. But there's also an overarching issue, and we haven't looked into this just yet. But there's a big issue I find, or I have with the vegetation. This, especially like the tree that you see over there. I did a few experiments this week, so maybe we can talk about this, and then people can think on it and maybe give some feedback next time, or leave a comment on the video later on. Maybe we can do it interactively for the people who are watching now. So I attempted to find something that works for the birch tree, which is made like the leaves that are getting used everywhere. And I started out with a... Let me open up the displacement here. I'm happy with the hexagonal bricks, by the way. So let's save these, and then we're done with those. Let's remove this for now, and I'll also remove the background. So I started out with a very coarse approach of what the tree should or could look like. A displacement map, so this is 3D information telling the engine like which parts are closer to the camera, like raised, and which are recessed slightly. So I made a leaf shape, which is just this, single leaf. Added a bit of roundedness to that one, and that it sort of like recedes into the background. And I just added a lot of leaves together to make a tree shape. And okay, it's something, like it's something, it's a thing. Then I decided, what this is the tree leaves, Ron, and like I need feedback on this. Like, let's close Pixplant here. It would be nice to get some feedback on this. We probably don't need, oh yeah, we need Xcode. Anyway, so the leaves, it looks like something. It's something. Like if you open up this up in Pixplant, I can show you. Like we want to add background here, because otherwise it looks very silly. Takes a bit of time to render this because of all of the individual leaves. Objects, birch tree, displacement, yep. We open it up in Pixplant. Open, sorry, this button. Objects, birch tree. Displacement. We want to set the UVs to 1 by 1 here. It's only for the show. No displacement. Sorry, no tiling. We can smooth it out just like we do with everything. And okay, like this gives the impression of a tree that is a tree. One problem that I see here is that this bit of leaves is sort of like the wrong way around, so maybe we make this background slightly lighter so that it needs to connect to those leaves over here. Like this can be slightly lighter still. 64, 64, 64. Okay, that's very close. That's very close. Let's save this again. Would using half the leaves help? Sort of, I think. Crunchy, sort of. I'm gonna walk you through some of the ideas and the thoughts that I had. So this is already a very advanced version of the texture that I'm showing you, because I started out with just a tree trunk and just giving the trunk some depth. As you can see, the trunk has got sort of the similar texture as the tree bark block that we did. Alright, so this is better. The leaves are now all in front of the background, so that's good. We create a normal map out of this, smooth it out, so we get a bit more of a coherent feel to it. Let's save this as objects, birch tree, variations, normal map, boom. Then we extract a ambient occlusion map. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Look at the detail in this. This approaches the detail that you see in the hand-painted style, with sort of an individual leaf look to it. There's a bit of depth going on. It's all nice. It's all nice. It's all good. So with the ambient occlusion in there, let's go to birch tree variations, leaves, AO. Let's override it. You can see that it's gaining some depth here. Nice depth effect here. Good, good. I mean, I'm not hating. I'm liking what I see so far. So let's save the material map. We have the normals. We have the material map. The albedo is in there already. Crunchy has just so much detail, too much. Let's open up the foliage texture sheet. Yeah, here we go. So here they are. We publish this sprite sheet, and then we set the materials for the objects, foliage. We can also do a find and replace. So let's look for birch tree leaves. Yep. I'm learning, don't mind me. We're learning together here, Crunchy. So this is one of the later attempts that I did, and using a similar process that we had for all of the other stuff. So I'm going to convert the foliage texture sheet here. The code generation, the game now knows that the birch tree is also textured in the PBR style. So that looks like this. The displacement map at least. So this one is done, that one is done. Let's go. And if I fire up the game, we'll have the texture applied to the trees. So let's go. Let's move. And I already hinted at this at the start of the stream, but I will show you. I will show you. Here you go. This is the dry version of the tree. It just so happens that this corner of the village has got a dry tree over here, but there's also, of course, green ones. Just like that. And there's a lot of detail in there. Well, Paguna says, let's go. There's a lot of detail in there. There's like all of these individual leaves have got a bit of a 3D effect to them. And like this is a 3D version of the original texture style thing. Ruan is back with the And I'm in camp Ruan here. I'm in the camp, because even though this is nice, it feels like it's a pancake. I'm not sure if you've ever eaten pancakes. Sometimes you have dough that doesn't really spread that well, and it feels like it's a pancake with holes in it. It's a square green pancake with holes in it, or something like a waffle or some kind of cookie that's a bit crunchy, that's got some holes in it. And I mean, it's a faithful rendition of the texture. It does have directionality to it. It has leaves. It looks like a tree from a distance. I mean, that's nice. Let's see if we can find a forest in the world where we can just see them. Yeah, here we go. So here are the oak trees. It looks rusty. So again, like it looks like a waffle. Also, we stretch and distort this texture a lot. As you can see, the top texture is slightly elongated horizontally. So I was thinking like, yeah, okay, it's a tree, like it's a tree texture, and okay, but it looks like a cookie, like cookie dough or something. But still, it's okay. Okay, it's a version 1, don't like, or it's a version 10, in fact, but it's a version. It's a version. The nice thing is that you get some like sunspots, some sun specks in between the leaves, so that's a pretty nice effect. But like, it's not a requirement for the texture to be any good. But if you take a look at this in a Wonder, like let's go into the game.
Oh, no time to waste. Let's go.
Eclipsy is one that I know that uses a lot of foliage. So you get small trees here covering as bushes. And it's nice. You're seeing some, yeah, you're seeing some 3D effect and some 3D things going on. And I'm not sure if there's one here. Yeah, there's one here in the courtyard. And okay. There's one on top of the stairs. Like something is happening. It's textured. But if I look at this, there's a huge disconnect between what this looks like and what the rest of the world looks like. Compared to the bricks, it's just totally different. Crunchy says, no offense, but I'd start over on the individual leaf, making each one bigger and more spread out. I think that's a very valid comment. I'm not a fan of this look. I'm not sure if you already if you already knew, if you already found this out. It looks like there's pancakes draped, pancakes with holes draped on something. I don't like it. I don't like it much. I don't like it at all. Ruan has an interesting idea. Ruan says, what if you don't smooth the normals? I haven't even tried this, so we can try it. So we just keep it like this. Sharper leaves. Very sharp, in fact. So let's use this as the normal map. I'm not sure if that also causes the ambient occlusion to be different. Not much, but I will humor the thought. So we will save another ambient occlusion. Birch tree leaves, ambient occlusion. We're now entering unexplored territory because we're now combining my experiment with a tip by Ruan. Crunchy also has got an idea, make the leaves bigger. Okay, a lot of detail suddenly, all of a sudden. One more time, publish. So the ambient occlusion did change, quite noticeably even. Let's go.
Oh, no time to waste. Let's go.
Here we are in the village. Okay. We have sharper leaves. It's obvious repetition. One thing that I want to do with the leaves is to rotate them individually so they have a bit more randomness to them. I think it's an improvement. I'm not saying that I like it, but I think it's an improvement. It's definitely improved. Let's take a look at Eclipsy where we have smaller versions of the trees. Yeah, look, I like the idea that the tree sort of drags you into it. Like, has got a lot of texture. It's a bit better, but still, yeah, I like it. See, it feels less like something that can't really exist in real life. But now you have a very obvious disconnect between the detail. Thank you, Crunchy, for all of the trees. Now you have a very obvious disconnect in the detail level between the trees and the surrounding blocks. Like the trees definitely instantly catch your attention because they're that highly detailed. But okay, it's better. It's better, I feel. One thing that I did, one experiment that I did was, and I hit this layer at the start of showing you, is add more roundedness, like this. These are spheres. These are the circular displacement, it was called, except in a sphere. So this adds a spherical effect to the entirety of the tree, or the leaves, like packets of leaves. If you look at the navigator over here, you can see that it's now sort of like all distinct, like when you get an ice cream, you get 3 balls of ice, and that's like 3 scoops. Like these are all scoops. It looks from a different style, indeed, Ruan. So that's why I was experimenting around, and I thought to myself, hey, maybe add a bit of roundedness, because they were flat groups of leaves. Maybe add more detail, see what that looks like. So let's save this version out. It's a bit better than the one that I had, so maybe I'm going to like this, because the background was a bit different on my version. But let's see what this looks like. So we save this as the displacement map. Can take a while. We should see an obvious difference, because now these groups of leaves should pop out. And indeed, you can see here in the texture packer, in the Pixplant, all of them, all of these bundles of leaves now form into a group, sort of. So you see more of a bulging effect here. I smoothed it out like this. So you get these smooth looking groups like this, and then save it. And I know this might be a mistake, so we just saw that not smoothing kind of retains the look a bit better. This is the ambient occlusion, definitely giving off a sense of depth to the texture. Crunchy says, that's neat, yes. Hey, we're just, this is just a brainstorm session, sort of, because I don't know either, but I've been putting a lot of work into this week, spent a lot of time trying to get this texture right, or drafting a direction in where to take this, and I have a few more ideas. So Ruan, great idea, saying like, let's not smooth the normal. Good idea, good idea.
Let's go.
Here we are back. So this is probably better than what I saw earlier this week. Definitely has more volume to it. See, it's got volume to it. It's less flat of a pancake, which is what I like. I like the volume. Everyone says, okay, so let's teleport to Explixy. It's just a random wonder that I know has got a lot of this vegetation. And it's, because it's smoothed, it's a bit less invasive than it was before. So decent, I think, decent, or at least better. I think this is the best attempt so far. That's at least somewhat consistent with the style that we have. There's a few more. Because of the larger groups of leaves, like the more roundedness at a larger scale, it doesn't catch your eye that much, and it adds a bit of nice depth that we were lacking previously. Maybe 1/3 of the leaves are super dark to change the look. That's also an idea. But how about we do it entirely different? And Ruan, I'm gonna humor your idea one more time. So I haven't tried this, and this can be more fodder or more like data for our experiment. Let's not smooth the normals. Let's just use the normals like this, which does mean that the groups are exaggerated, but we still have a lot of like very fine leaf detail in there. Okay, the roundedness sort of starts to fall apart here, like you get very distinct spherical groups now. But we're trying this. There is no wrong, there is no right. It's just... Ruan says, yes, I can see this working. I barely noticed a bush, which is what she said. Or maybe it's the other way around. It's what I said. I have no idea.
Oh, no time to waste. Let's go.
Okay, here we are. Sharper normals, individual leaves. Okay, but it's better. It's better with the overall structure added. It's still better. It might not be as good as the version before this, but it's definitely the roundedness is definitely adding to it. If we were working in a different style, if we were more photorealistic, this might have worked like super well, super wonderful. But here's my observation, and this is where things get really interesting, and this is where we sort of stray from the outlined path that we had. My observation is that the main improvement comes from adding that roundedness, adding those that sort of pillowing effect to make it more 3D. So now my thought is, what if we do not get rid of the roundedness or the normal smoothing, but what if we get rid of the leaves? Mind blown. Since we want to focus on the structure of the tree, basically the major composition of the tree and the voluminous of the tree, what happens if we just toss out the leaves? Well, this is not the perfect example. This is this is just like the roundedness itself. But maybe that is the approach. Maybe we just toss out the idea that we have leaves and that the leaves have texture. And this is very close to what I saw with the snow. You could, balls, yeah. It will be super style defining, because this is what I found. The way that these trees look, with this sort of pancake look, or even with a flat look, it's just instant Angeldust. It's just instant Angeldust. I want to do something different for this style. Everything is more rounded in this style. Everything has less detail on it, even though the shadow and lighting quality itself is majorly improved. What if the trick is to make this a geometrically simple tree? And let's just do it. We can do it right here, right now. So let's copy this. I have a very big archive of this birch tree already. Like, here are a lot of versions. Here you can see sort of like the process that it took. This is version 2, 3. Like progressively you can see more detail being added. And then you end up with this. So yeah, but my idea is now that vegetation or foliage in the world, for the grass blades, we already did this. The grass blades went from a flat shaded triangle to a cylinder, basically. Because if you take a look at the grass blades, the decoration on top of the block, we made cylinders sort of out of all of them. So what if we go with a spherical shape here instead of, or maybe a few spheres instead of having a single. I'm not sure where I was going with this, but let's save it as detailed style. I have no idea what to call it. Boop, and we throw everything in there. And we start over. We can keep parts of it. Not much, but we can keep some parts of it. So now we need to remove all of the leaves. And again, it's maybe... Maybe it's insanity, but I want to try this. Okay, that's a bit too much. We don't want to remove the trunk. I already did a bit of 3D affecting or modeling on the trunk, so that's got a nice bit of depth to it this way. And I think it can maybe stay that way. One thing I'm unsure about is about the detail of the bark in there. I think it's nicely consistent with the tree bark texture for the blocks, but I'm not sure if it's something that we want to add in this texture. But we're leaving it in there for now, and then we just add file, place, artwork production, reference files, circular displacement, circle, boom. Boom. Start simple. Start simple. We make the background black. And we just use a huge circle. This texture has always been slightly condensed like this. So, like, it's going to be largely circular. From a distance, if you look here from a distance, it like, don't be hating. Let's not hate. Let's not hate. We make it like entire canvas size like this, maybe slightly smaller so we don't get artifacts on the edges. I'm not exactly sure at which pixel this left line should be. We can check in the original so that we sort of match the original layout of the texture. Documents, artwork production, cartoon, objects, birch tree. Pluto be like, wowie, the moon looks so beautiful. That's exactly what I see without glasses, but blurry. It's a water lily. It's all good. It's all good. The secret will reveal itself hopefully soon. Okay, so this line needs to be at 122.5 times 2. So that's 245. And we are at 240, so it needs to go 245. This should be about correct. Should be about correct. So instead of doing all of that jazz, we just make it like this. Why not? Why not? And maybe we can call this leaves, and then we use the other one as a trunk layer. This is going to be the maximal sort of shape or like depth we can give to the sphere, while still having a flat texture. Makes sense? Makes sense. Did we save the original? Yeah, we have the original saved, so we can just save this file. And it's just a bit of a quick experiment. PBR displacement, boom. Because the upside of this shape is that it will interpolate nicely whatever size that it's at. Okay. Okay. We smooth it out. Okay, we get a bit of artifacting here because we don't have enough gamma resolution in here. Now I know for a trick that we can use this normal scale, but let's just run with this first. Let's not do too many weird tricks just yet. Also the globe cuts into the bark because we didn't raise it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's a lollipop. It is. I will not gonna lie. It is a lollipop. But the question is that a bad thing? Or it's a UFO with a stick out of it? Boom. Okay. Then the last thing that we need to do is to update the albedo to this. And how do we do that? We just create a copy of this file and we call it what? Wait, we don't have an albedo file here. So we call it albedo and then we remove the background. Yeah, looking good. And then we just remove the styling on all of this. Graphic styles. Like this. Boom. But then why is this not? Oh, it's a placed file. It's a placed file. You can't make a clipping mask. Too bad. Then we just draw an ellipse. Huh? A sunshine lollipop. It's what we were looking for. I want to create a circle with this as the center point. There we go, center. And then we just drag it out like this, and then like this. And then we have a circle. And then we remove the background, just like that. And then we have the albedo map. There we go, the albedo texture. It's not that hard. Boom. Okay. Promise me something. Don't lamau and don't laugh. Don't knock it till you tried it.
Oh, no time to waste. Let's go.
Okay. Okay. This seriously is not even as bad as I thought it was going to be. This seriously is not even as bad as I thought it would be. I know that it's a departure from what we had before, but I won't lamau. Seriously, with a bit of tweaking, with a bit of getting... yeah, I kind of really like this, Crunchy says. With a bit of tweaking, just look at the shading on it. It's much better. With a bit of tweaking of the shape, maybe adding like 2 or 3 globes for the shape, just like we had in the original texture, and maybe rotating them slightly and making sure that it sort of more resembles a tree. I'm not even hating this. Like, how many games do have trees like this? Here, the shadow is also amazing. It's very fluffy, it's very friendly, very warm, this shape. Sure, it needs a bit more detail, I believe, and it needs a bit of pruning, like making it into a more of a tree shape. But this can work. This can work. Some holes in each. I'm not sure about that, because that will clutter up the silhouette. But what we can do, Crunchy, is to have like multiple spheres, multiple globes, sort of interlock, so that it looks like a more intricate shape instead of like a few lollipops on a stick. But it's honestly better than I expected, which is what she said. Does it also work for other tree types? So we've got... Yeah, take a look at that. It's exactly what we want. Take a look at that, what's it called? Is that the acacia? The savanna tree? Here all of a sudden, it's... here, the oak tree, all of a sudden all of the trees are just like consistent in style. And I know you can hate this, you can hate this all day long. Acacia. Is this acacia log yours? Here, there you go. It's just so friendly and warm to everyone. And I love the shading on it. Oh, this is so good. This is so cartoony. I'm honestly not even sure if we have to change a lot. Sure, it throws a lot of shade. I mean, that's a problem. Like the game world will get darker because of this, because it's a very shady texture. Crunchy says, I approve. Yeah, just take a look at like the way that the all of those tree things interact. It's readable, it's friendly, it's warm, it's cartoony. And I know there's plenty to hate. I'll be the first to say that, like, sure, we had more realistic styles in Angeldust before. I get it, but this looks so high quality, like so friendly, especially on the acacia. I think with a bit of refinement, this can very well be the style. Like, I mean, this feels so fantasy cartoony, like just as if you're standing under giant leaves or something. It sort of changes the scale of what the trees convey. This perfectly fits the remaster theme. I think so. Like, no joke even. People might think that I'm joking here, but no, seriously. Here, check out the sort of low poly look that you get on those trees over there. It's such a friendly shape. And there's a few problems with this, because as you can see, some of the models have the polygons folded, sort of, so you get this folding line in there, which might even be like a fun... It's the perfect level of detail. I'm not even sure if we should change the texture. Okay, sure, the bark needs to connect, but tell the haters to blame me, yeah. What? You see the trees pop up like that? What? And you just instantly know you're in for a good time. I did not expect this to turn out like this. Like, I swear, I vow that I didn't even test this. It was just an idea that I had in my head that I wanted to test. Sure, there might be like slightly more detail, but it shouldn't be super much more than this. Just the look of this. Oh, just the way... Aye. And then the same thing with the evergreen or the spruce tree. I want to make this a multi-layered, like, cake sort of cylinder. Abstracting away all of the detail in there. And maybe it means that the tree model must be slightly simpler even. Or that we add a bit of directionality to it. But, just a lovely look. It's such an eye-catching... It doesn't have detail, but it's such an eye-catching shape that we have here. Like, which game have you played lately that has got rounded leaves like this? None of them. And now you might say, like, that it's because of a reason, Firefly, because it doesn't look... But no, seriously, this sets us apart from many games. Have you never wanted to live in such a fantasy world like this? Everyone is suspiciously quiet here. He's like, oh no, he's ruining the entire game. Oh, I need to type my password, one moment. Whoop. I'll sneakily move it over to this. I'm not sure if I remember the password for this account even.
Oh, no time to waste, let's go.
Oh yeah, this is so good. The red color on this. The red color on this, and just the way that it's there, but it doesn't... It just demands attention without... Oh... Everyone says I'm just sitting here watching. Okay, that's good, that's good. It's so lovely. It's such a simple, lovely shape. Why didn't we think of this earlier? Now, and of course, I know you want to see Dragon Throat Valley 17.
And now we found the loot and we're happy.
It's like coming home, seriously. Ay. Is this just like the solution? Is this everything there is to it? Just the way that the sunlight hits on that ring over there? Upsides. We keep the entire same tree shape as we have in Angeldust. So we don't even have to remaster the tree model if we keep it like this. It will look good on the builds that sort of expect the vegetation to look a certain way. They're just nicely... Like the scale of the thing is just almost good. I must go pleasure to have seen this eureka moment. I must go, period, pleasure to have seen this eureka moment. Thank you, Crunchy. I couldn't have done this without you. This is the look that I want. Not gonna lie. And one thing that I want to try is to amp up that normal scale in Pixplant to see if we can make him look even rounder than this. I think this rounded look is what we go for. It's the best I've seen so far. So let's go to Eclipsy and see what we have here. So then smaller versions of it just become smaller spheres like this. I think it complements everything nicely. Of course, I need to look at this later on. I mean, it's just the first time that we made this texture. But I think this roundedness here, over here, it's such a nice complement to the square shape of the blocks. We might need to tweak the shape of it slightly, but the lighting effect on it, it's just... It's not invasive, it's non-invasive, and it's just a lovely shape for the cartoony effect. Tell me another build that has these trees. Let me think. Countworth doesn't have it, I believe. Ecplixie has a lot of it, I think, as vegetation in between parts. Especially if you go over to the garden. Here's one. Countworth does have on the edge, okay. Because this stuff, these trees, it was never meant to be the main attraction of a build. And I believe it can, like these semi-circles or like half circles, I think they can work perfectly as a Countworth as pine trees. Okay. Acacia Mountain might have a few. Or is that all custom vegetation? Where's the garden? Come on. You know what I'm talking about, that inner garden. It's to the right or to the left? Yeah, very helpful. To the right or to the left? Oh, there is. There's part of it. Alright. Now the main problem we have here is that not all of the other tree textures are there, and that it's kind of hard to judge the result. Seen in this context, in a Verspi, in a build with more textured blocks, I would say that there could be slightly more detail in the round shape, so it's definitely not done just yet. Though I find in the natural world, like that acacia tree over there in the distance, it's a nice style. But it might be slightly too coarse at the moment. A lot of people are like saying like, yeah, of course it's too coarse, but it's very close to what I consider ideal. This way, and it gives us a style to shoot for. Like just a bit more detail in there, and we're good. Like maybe have it be 3 globes and then sub globes in there or something.
Nothing like that. New treasure smell.
Violet Castle. Let's see if we can find some trees maybe in the background. There's an oak tree to the left. Some elms. Come on, give me a build, a more iconic build that has got trees. The 12 Kingdoms is full of it. Here we go, main road. Perfect backdrop. It's
We are treasure hunting right now.
it tells your eye, okay, these trees, they're not super interesting. We are here, and we are here to occlude your view, but nothing else is happening. It's nice the way that the trees don't detract from the buildings here. Now the shape of tree, again, maybe we can tweak the detailing with, but the way that the tower just towers over the trees like there, that's just so good. You don't see that in the current visual style, because the trees just attract too much attention. But now the trees, at least in this build, sort of blend into each other to make a nice foliage background. very reminiscent of like old school games. I feel it works really well here. Again, maybe some way to add more, slightly more detail to it, but don't change it too much. Here, lovely, just lovely, the way that you're greeted with this tree over there. It draws your attention because it's round, but then it doesn't really keep taking up your attention. And what does it look like in time lapse? Like what? How does the lighting on it look? I am not entirely sure what's going on with these parts of this tree. There's definitely some kind of tree trunk texture problem there, but don't forget about it. Here, the layering in these tree parts, it's what I like. This, I took a screenshot because I just like the way that it looks. So maybe slightly more detail, and then we're done. A few globes, I will try to do my best and come up with something good. And one thing that we can experiment with is the pix plant, the normal mapping. Right now this is very, if you look at the normal disable ambient occlusion, it's very flat-ish sort of still. And if we use 100% normal scale like this, the shading gets more intense. It also amplifies the artifacting here somewhat. But what if we just like run with this for a bit? Just a quick test to see if the lighting is even better. It adds more volume to the tree. We are sign in.
Let's go.
Like if we're shooting for round, maybe we go all the way. Wonder number 12, 12 kingdoms.
Looks like you could use an extra blade.
Alright, so you can definitely see that the center point is there and that it's a lot rounder in appearance. And I'm not sure if that's exactly what we want. Maybe it was better, more subtle, because now it's starting to attract a lot of attention and it just draws away from the actual build. I think especially in daytime you will see a lot of contrast between the light portion and the dark portion. It also, in a way, makes it feel less like leaves now, or like trees. It's more like spinach now, like all kinds of spinach leaves that are overlapping. So I felt it was better with the more subtle normal. It had a bit more, in a way, directionality to it, even that's exactly the thing that we removed. Replace. So this was the foliage experiment for today.
Oh, no time to waste.
I
Let's go.
hope you enjoyed that. B-boy, I think that uses bushes instead of trees. But there will be trees on the outside of the town. Also, the plaster, the wood, the tree bark, sorry. Oh, this uses a lot of custom vegetation, so this is not the real Angeldust tree. But we have a few here, and I like them. I like them, the shading on this. It's so good.
Nothing like
It's
that.
so good.
New treasure smell.
It's really good. And take a look at this. Wow.
Nothing like that. New treasure smell.
It surely needs like all of the textures to be in place. A spinach forest, the Doddy says. Yeah, but no. This is a new attempt at remastering or redoing the trees, and I like the effect. I like the overall volume that they have this way. So that's what we want to keep, and then we need details in all of these block decorations to sort of round out the look. But I feel it's a very nice look, a very nice feel to it. Sometimes I just have these like maybe weird aesthetic preferences, but this to me feels really nice. Just the rounded shape is something that you don't see in other games. Here in the Super Summer, it's just so much fun. It's a background element, it's there, but it just fits nicely.
Oh, divine.
I mean, this tree, this is a sakura, cherry blossom. Yeah, cherry blossom. It's just so nice. It's just so nice. Good, good. It gives us a direction to work in. And it's sort of consistent with the grass blades, which we made cylindrical. So a very simple geometric shape. I like it. It's good, it's good. Anyway. Dottie, which number is Dream Acidia? Is it number 6 or so? We can pay a close or a short visit. Yeah, number 6. Teleport Wonder 6. Boom. We've got new plaster, we've got new timber framing. Oh, the plants in the pots have now also changed. Looking good. Oak trees. I mean, come on, this feels very fairy tale like. We're not shooting for super realistic, but it's so lovely. Just the rounded shapes here. Now I'm in the sewer. Ruan, you still here? Oh, this is just so good. This is just so good. I'm not sure if I'm even going to change the texture after this. It's just so good. I like this. I like this a lot. I'm a fan. And Sandodi says, for me it's going to be old-fashioned style all the way. I love the 2D characters. Nice.
Now we found the loot and we're happy.
Yeah, it's just so consistent. Once we, because now you get this visual disconnect between the rounded shapes of the trees and then these squares in the grass. Once we have all of these textures in place, things will look much better. Ruan says yes, dot. Okay, the dot sounds very passive aggressive, as if you don't like it. But I'm really enjoying this. Just seeing the way that everything comes together now and different shapes. Van Gogh whoosh, I love these happy moments. Yeah. I feel once it's fleshed out, once we have all of the block decorations in place, which we can also do. So let's open up the game world renderer here. And let's just not render the block decoration so we don't end up with these weird squares on the ground. And I also want to eat lunch.
Oh, no time to waste, let's go.
Dream City. So now we're really looking at the big picture instead of having those untextured squares in there.
New treasure smell.
There you go. It's just so lovely. See, now the grass doesn't have that stuff on there anymore, and now it's just more of an abstract look to it. I can see this working. Maybe slightly tweak the texture to maybe overlap a few bubbles. Bubble. But overall it's so clean, it's so good. And then you've got the metal rendering here. Windows wallpaper. No, but seriously, check it out. It's so clean and smooth and like everything that Angeldust sort of lacks with its more high contrast style in there. It's clean and smooth and and we also have the old-fashioned style here. So pixelated roundedness. Pixelated roundedness. So son, Dottie, there's still something for you to enjoy here with the old-fashioned style. Let's place it back at cartoon PBR. It's good, it's good, it's good. I like it, I like this. One random wonder, and then this was the stream for today. But big improvement. We did the facing bricks, we did the hexagonal bricks, and we now also have at least somewhere to go with the foliage, a direction to explore. Like once you have a lot of trees, it already fills up the screen. So it doesn't need a lot of detail, I feel. Equatoria by Rob. I'm not sure if there's a lot of
new treasure smell. Anyone else notice that I'm
these
becoming
trees
scary
here.
powerful?
There's one. There's a few there. The acacia is also nice. It's pretty. Hey, Dottie, you are pretty. Oh, and we're just gonna do the pine trees just like that, just the same way. Make them in a more abstract shape. Feathered trees can be sort of like Christmas ornament shaped. Psychedelia. So, do we have lots of trees here? No, it's only psychedelic trees, okay. So then where do we go? And the ohm trees, are these called ohm trees? Ring trees, sorry. These ring trees, they can just have a donut on top, which is a very nice geometric shape as well. A torus, a donut. Again, psychedelia. Again. Yeah, more and more textures are falling into place here. This entrance is starting to feel like a proper castle entrance. Everyone, just for you, fan service. Dragon Throat Valley. Or maybe it's not fan service if you don't like it, but so far I'm liking this. I mean, the main structure of every build remains the same. Right? It's just that the foliage and the foliage tricks that you use, that sort of fades into the background. Everyone says, oh. And this also ties in with something that I still have to show you. It's another... Why is this here? It's another thing that we haven't talked or looked at just yet, but it's common. Boom, all of a sudden everything is here. Ah, lovely, 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 lovely. Just lovely. This crossroads, or what you might call it. I wanted to get rid of that red thing. Lamau, boom. Yeah, there's some noise outside. Construction workers are probably back or something. End of the road. But I believe there's something here still. A metal construction or something. There should be something here. Keep walking. I love it. I love it. Maybe I'm biased. Yes, there are things. Somebody adds. So yeah, I've been a little busy recently. Haven't had much time to play Angeldust properly, but got married this year, and we are expecting a child due to the 27th of March. Whoa, that's a lot of personal information, but nice. Congratulations, Dottie. Congratulations. Am I allowed to visit this, by the way, Ruan? Because I'm just wandering around here, but am I allowed to visit? Ooh, this sneak peek inside is such a lovely difference between the shadowy portion of the outside and then the warmly lit portion inside. Marble floor. Nice. I'll be staying home next year. Daddy says, for parental leave, and we'll have a lot of time for Angeldust too. And Ron says, yeah, we already visited. Okay. And Hector congratulates Dottie. I think we all do. Oh yeah, here's the metal construction. Looking good. More trees here. Yeah, I remember this all of a sudden. Oh, which also means that we can go to Saint Rafar. There's a lot of trees over here. I think this is absolutely lovely. There is a huge difference in like detailing to the mushroom and to the trees, but this captures exactly what I wanted to say. The foliage, the standard foliage, the base foliage is more of a background in the game, and the real builds should stand out, and that's what this accomplishes very nicely. So it feels like the trees are truly the backdrop of this build here, and the build itself is the center point of attention. Again, there can be slightly more detail in that tree texture, in that foliage texture, because this might be like slightly too coarse, but the shape and the overall feel of it is very close to what I want. And it's a departure from what Angeldust looks like, and that's exactly what we wanted. And that's probably why I don't want to go too far back to Angeldust trees, because then it feels like you're playing Angeldust again, and that's a feeling that we want to get away from a bit here. Not that we don't like Angeldust, and not that we don't like the builds that are in Angeldust, and not that we don't like the materials and the way that like everything works in Angeldust, but visually it can or may or must be different. And this is one way to accomplish it. And to each their own. I mean, some players will like the Angeldust style more, with the more high contrast look to it. And some players will find this look to be maybe more fun. Oh, just so good. You walk outside and you see the trees, you see the light, you see the trees. And oh yeah. I like it, I like it, I like it. And I'm not gonna lie, Paraíso. Does this have any trees? It does have. So lovely. The color palette and the shading on these. The way that violet light is coming into the bottom of that orange tree. High quality, like this effect right here, high quality. Really good. And in fact, I don't even mind that the trunk is below the globe. That's not even a problem. When all of these textures are done, like I'm not sure what kind of tree this is, dense bush, we could probably do a rounded circle, yeah, a rounded circle as well, but maybe then everything just comes together already. The leaves, this fixes the problem that I have with the leaves, like how do you approach the leaves? Simple, make it a circle, boom! And all of a sudden everything is in place. Hector says, whoa, logged into 3D for the first time and it's wild to see things from a different perspective. Totally makes me want to re-explore, and side effect, looting. There we go. There's more to the game than you see at first glance. Oh, now I know. Oh, this is so good. This is so good. Even though half of it is untextured, this view is really great. Now I know how people end up with these very nicely red colored trees. It's because it's a block in the shop. The dragon just standing there between the trees. Yeah, this is the way to go. This is the way to go. I'm not gonna lie. I like this. And I want more of this. Oh, I accidentally jumped into a window here. Now, I should eat lunch. I should eat lunch. But I also want to... Can you all spare a few more minutes? Do you want to see something crazy? Do you want to see something real crazy? I'm gonna go there. I'm gonna do it right here, right now, because I want you to experience this moment together with me. At least, that's what I think. Where is dense bush? Huh? Leaves. That's a lot of leaves. Leaves. Dense bush, dry, light. The leaves object in the game uses the dense bush texture, which is nice. But then we look at the dense bush thing, and where is the texture stored? Block decorations? Is this a dense bush? I don't know. Yeah, because here's the thing. What I want to do is to do the leaves in the same style. Just make it a circle. And look what it looks like. Look what it looks like. Just take a look at what it looks like. That's what I want to do. But how much time will that cost? Like, we can copy over the grass blades to the bottom of the bush. We can probably improvise a tree trunk real quickly. And a circle can also be done very efficiently. And then we can sort of take a look at what Ekplixie and other builds look like with rounded leaves. And if that's a good approach. But again, I want to eat. Because eating things is also one of my hobbies. So what do we do? Will take a lot of time. I'm seeing no replies that anyone is still here, so maybe that's a sign for me to actually stop streaming. Like, the idea would be to copy this over, or maybe just copy and paste it on this artboard, sort of. There you go. It's a fairly good hobby too, okay? Yeah, it's very healthy to eat at times. Like, this is a perfect match for the grass. So I think we can just paste the grass in there. But we need to get... What am I doing? Need to get it absolutely spot on, like this. 349. This is very close. 348, okay. Then we just remove all of this junk. Boom. Let's make a new layer for the grass. Boop, the grass is in there. Then we want to replace the trunk. We don't have to replace the trunk, but we can sort of... we kind of want it to be in between the grass, I feel. So let's remove it from this layer. Still here too, not talking, just observing from the back now. It's good, it's good. I want this to be in between the grass, but this is a group, isn't it? Group, yeah. So let's make it individual leaves then. And then we place it in between the grass like this, which means that we should probably copy over this displacement, then add a slight linear gradient to it like this. What color was this? 160. Whoop. $160, $160, $60. And this is also 160. Like that. And then we move this one to the exact center. We rotate it slightly the other way around, 5 degrees, 6 degrees, 7 degrees, 6 degrees, 6. This is nicely in the center. And then apparently we do it the other way around, so it needs to be darker. The center needs to be 160. Just my luck. Route 1 was Eden. Like I said, that's a good hobby to have, so I also want to eat something soon-ish. Route 1, I'm trying to quickly and efficiently and very gently make a dense bush texture here. So I have a tree trunk in between the grass blades here. That's good. Then we kind of want to hide all of the... A circle bush, indeed, yeah. We're going to use the exact same thing here. And I'm not sure, like, the leaves object has got a trick to it. The idea being that we sort of like copy the same effect from one thing, from the vegetation over to this thing. We probably want to archive it, so let's make an archive here. Because I'm going to remove all of this stuff. It's all gone. You might ask, even the smaller trunk, roots thing, yeah, everything is gone. There's nothing. And then we place the artwork reference file circle. Boom. Well, it's a bit too big, which is what she said. And I think we then just use the entire artboard for this. Hate all you want. It is perfectly consistent this way. Hate all you want. I'm not even listening here. You can already sort of feel this thing starting to make sense, which is what I told her anyway. Dense bush, grass short. What do we do now? Rowan says kinda. Suddenly all the leaves are now eggs. Yes, that's entirely the idea. That's exactly what we are shooting for. 720. Which means that we want to have a background in here. Because that's what I wanted to test real quickly, Ruan, if the leaves still look good, or if it's just too weird to have it like this. It's a completely different style of leaves, but it should be consistent, more consistent with the trees this way, which is a good thing. But then, does it still look good? That's the question. So we want to save it like this, but then it's going to be bush dense PBR displacement PNG in the dense bush. Is it called dense bush or bush dense? Dense bush. Dense bush models. Okay. Nice joke. Suddenly olives are now eggs and the vegans are now like, what? Say what? It's just called bush, isn't it? Bush base. Cross thin. How does this even work? What is the file called? Am I getting dense here? Cartoon. Block decorations then. Small foliage. Small foliage. Bush. It's just called bush. Bush. PBR displacement. Hector adds, I'm wandering around with you as my background music. Trying so hard to multi-participate, but so much to enjoy. Pinewood is pleasant, and it feels like a game wanting to be played through the community. There you go. It's definitely like Angeldust in itself is definitely a community game where you want to play with others. Makes it a lot more fun. So we have the displacement. I don't think we need this file. We do need this file still, because we need to make a albedo out of this. So let's copy over this to the albedo. Same deal, we make a copy of the albedo, goes into the archive folder. Then we move over to the dense bush thing. I'm not sure what it is, but I remove it. We remove all of this. We paste our stuff in there, exact same location. Then we select all of this stuff. We select no graphic style. Remove that. And then we have to do that same weird trick again. Doctors hate them. Where we make the circle identically sized. Remove this one, boom. Save it. And then we save this as the 720. It goes into this folder. Bush, PBR, albedo, PNG. The first of many files that we add there. Close. Next up, it's a bit confusing here. Pixplant. We need Pixplant. Close all. Don't save. Open displacement. Then we move to the bush folder. It does look a bit like an egg. I'll give you that. It looks a bit like an egg. But I like eggs. In real life, I like eggs. I like turtles. This is the bush PBR AO. We got it, okay, and then we sort of want to make a material map, and the size of this file is 720x1104. How did we end up? Okay, that's just the way it is, I suppose. That's just the way it is. So we make a 720 by 1104. Hi Alexi. The egg forest will eventually become a chicken forest. Eventually, like if you pay a lot of time to it, it will become that. This is our material map, so 127, 127. Alexi, we are trying something new, something exciting. Obi said hi from Discord. That's nice. Hello, Obi. Oh, this needs to be in the transparency. Yeah, and then the question is, what came first, the egg forest or the chicken forest? Here we go, here we go. This is the ambient occlusion pasted into the alpha channel. Good, this is the bush PBR material. Save it. Transparency is enabled, always a good sign. It goes into the variations. Okay, good. Then we close the major foliage and then we open up the small foliage like this. Publish a sprite sheet. We convert the sprite sheet like this, small foliage.tiff 8 bits per pixel. And then we somehow have to say that we have the bush now. Bush RT is in this file. Nope, where is it? Bush block decorations. Okay, do we have support for another one here? Bush PBR. I hope this works. And this one is a bit easier. We can just add the PBR style here. Bush PBR. Let's see if this works. I have no idea. Because we have different code paths for block decorations and for object materials. It's a bit of a weird situation, but it's just how it is. And let's see if we can run with this. I'm closing Pixplant, I'm closing Illustrator because I do not want to spend too much time getting this right, but it's just getting a basic feel for the look. Like, what do leaves look like with the rounded appearance? And also, can we find a bush? Yeah, this is perfectly acceptable. This is lovely. This is lovely. The rounded bushes, rounded trees, looking good. But now, do we have a bush? Here is one. It's fun. It's fun. I like it. Let's see if we can find one that's more in the light. Circle. Circle. If we get to the savanna, there's plenty of bushes. So this is not a savanna. This is a forest. Any second now, friend bear will just circle around the corner. I like the look of it. I like the look of it. It's nice. It's a small tree in a sense. And for the leaves, we probably have to get something like the flipping point exactly right, because... Oh, here we go. This is the savanna. It's pretty fun. It's pretty fun. One thing that the current engine does that this one doesn't is you get only one material for the block decoration, so it does have green grass below it here. We could maybe enable the fading on a per decoration basis. One problem with this bush is that you sort of like, it gets into your view. See, you kind of walk through the bush. Which is what you would do in real life, but maybe we tweak the bush so it's slightly more transparent when you get close or so, or maybe we tweak the shape so it's not that high anymore. But this is what the bushes look like, and the acacia trees with the roundedness. And now for the real test. For the real test. Do we just instantly go to Alexi's build? Alexi, you still watching? Are you ready to start hating? See, lots of roundedness everywhere. Lots of roundedness here. It even fits the style. It fits so nicely, which is what she said. But Like there's not a big difference between the natural foliage and the leaves here. In fact, it feels like a perfect circle even. How does that even work? So again, maybe add a touch of detailing, especially at these larger sizes. It might be nice to have a bit more detailing in there. But other than that, the basic shape is not bad. Or, oh, these are all the bush blocks. So this is the bush block, and there we have the leaves. So we were looking at the old style of making custom trees with the bushes. So maybe this brings back the bush. Because with the leaves it gets a bit more convoluted. And now you already have so much detail in here that you could advocate for saying like, we don't need even more detail in there. Still the leaves are nicely rounded, so that's good, that's good. We also have some at Eclixi. Let's take a look at 23 then. But these are very important parts of the look to get right. And that's maybe why it's a good idea to visit them now and to make sure that we get something that works in the style. It definitely feels with these smaller leaves and then angled at these different angles, literally. The roundedness does sort of shine through, but there's a bit of chaos going on because of all of the orientation differences in the leaves themselves. Still though, we have the huge forest here. Let's take a look at the huge forest. Nicely rounded canopy there. Ross says, oh, Eclixi. We're going into the forest here. And this is good. This is good. This is good. The lighting on these parts is absolutely amazing. I do feel that there's a bit of a disconnect. Like this is using bushes. And this one is using leaves. So you get a different feel to it. But just the way that the texture now sort of like moves out of your view. This does feel nice, like a nice forest. And then we move this way. I feel that the leaves and the bushes are mostly at the top of the trees here. So the bottom isn't really using that. Is this a bush? Yeah, dense bush. I think it's workable. Just the base shape and feel of it. Name another iconic build using the leaves. A random one. Halloween Terra. Yep, it uses the bushes. We've got blue bushes, yellow bushes here. And now contrast it with the look of the pine trees. And then you suddenly see that the pine trees or the spruce tree can be spiced up a bit. Crate, also a block that we still need to do. Used almost everywhere. It's nice, it's nice. Lantern, the marble, very shiny. Let's move inside. Okay, good, good, good. This is the mansion. It's a very big mansion. No wonder, super summer. Bushes on top there. It's consistent, it's consistent. I like the shapes, I like the style. Now it's a matter of maybe adding slightly more detail into it. Like now that I've seen the leaves and the bushes, especially the larger size of it, can use a bit more detail. Just a bit more roundedness, individual spheres, globes that we add. But I feel this style works. And it ties in with something that I haven't shown you yet, but we might get to that somewhat soonish. It's another secret. Oh, I teleported to a personal location. On this account. Where are we? This is a Geldus's castle. Mistake. This is so nice. This is so nice. This oak tree, nice shape. I always found the oak trees to be very nice in Angeldust already, but with this rounded shape, definitely very flavorful. Where is this? This is Geldus' castle. It was built by Geldus. See? Claimed by Geldus. Seeing this, you might say, hey, why is this not a wonder? Maybe it should be a wonder too. But it doesn't have NPCs. This is a very old school, old style build, so to say, so to speak. It's got a Colosseum. It's pretty big. There's different parts to it. There's a sort of shed, big shed here, with hay storage for I think animals. Where this? You've seen this one on a release notes screenshot back in the day. Give me coordinates. I hear trolls. I'm not gonna give you coordinates because this build is not grief protected or claim protected, and I don't need people to visit this and grief this. But there are trolls nearby and roamers, so it's not a wonder. Here's a racing track. Here you can race against your friends or against yourself. I think there's a sort of betting office next to the racing track. Climb over this wall. But it's pretty fun. It's pretty fun. It's also a good testing ground for all of the geometry functions. But let's go to a wonder. La Primavera. A lot of trees, and I like the roundedness. I still like it. I'm not gonna lie. I like big balloons and I cannot lie. But I'm not Angelio. No, indeed, you're absolutely right. Speaking of Angelio, let's visit at Bivoy 1. It's got a lot of custom vegetation, using bushes, I believe. So, see what that looks like. Bivoy number 20. There you go. Yeah, so on this scale, if you spam this many, I'm calling it spam, Obi's gonna laugh at this. If you spam this many bushes together, yeah, then the roundedness sort of gets lost. It still works for me, it works for me, this, but it's a bit spammy. But if we go outside and take a look at some of the custom vegetation outside, it's probably pretty consistent with the natural vegetation. Here we go. Let's check it out. Obi would agree that it's spam. Yeah, that's why I'm saying this, and then Obi is like, ha 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 ha, I told you. Nice look to this. It's good. We mix blocks and bushes. Yeah, that's a good technique. And Shiro did it also here, like with the outside vegetation, but the inside was just a lot of bushes all together. I like this, where the guard is walking. I think you love it or hate it, don't worry about it, but it really ties the style together. It really ties everything together. So the base building block is going to be a circle. And whatever happens next, like, I'll leave that to you and to myself. But this round shape, it's so good. It's so good. That's going to be the base. Psychedelia. Did we have leaves or bushes here? I'm staring at one here. Let's just run with that first. This looks cool, the light. Yeah, I took a screenshot there at Angelio's build at Bivoy. And we can also, of course, teleport towards... does Dragon Throat have a lot of custom vegetation, or do we want to visit Saint Rafar? Hey Frank. Overall, very good, very good. And if we take one more look at Eclipsy, I'm pretty sure that now with the darkness outside, the lightning will look very good. Sarafar and Dragonthroat have the same vegetation. Ooh, very consistent. I mean, that's nice. This is nice. And this is pretty nice and fluffy. I have no idea where I'm going. Oh, this way.
Nothing like that new treasure smell.
I'm not hating. Everything lags a bit more when we are here. Ooh, with the moonlight, sort of this very steep angle of the sun or the moon, you get these super cool shadows here. Okay, a bit more detail in there, and then we're good. Then we're good. But I do like the overall feel of these globes, domes. Here too, just such a lovely atmosphere, such a lovely layering. Now you know how I feel. Teleport to Obi Wonder is FPS drop. Yes. I know how you feel. I could also stop the stream, then when I'm not streaming everything is a bit smoother as well for me. No, it's all good, it's all good. Okay, good. Some great exploratory work. I like this much better than the flat pancakes that we had earlier. So maybe this is another area in life where you want where bigger globes are better than flat pancakes. See, we have the this shape. It's good. It's good. I like it. There's probably a build that we should have visited where this would totally shine, but I'm not sure where it is. And Ruan says, I agree. It's better than pancakes. We cannot complete the operation because it is in use. What? Empty the trash. Do it now. Here's that screenshot from at the start of the stream where we did the facing bricks and compared them between visual styles. It's such a difference, such a huge difference in styles. I definitely feel that the remaster adds depth to things. Good. Not sure if I want to keep that screenshot. I think we will. It's just a nice comparison screenshot for later on. But this is about the stream. It's way past lunchtime for me. Fortunately, I ate a lot of food yesterday evening, so I'm not really hungry. But I do want to start eating. Also, the sun is shining. Maybe we want to go outside for a bit. But thanks for watching. Thanks for the feedback, everyone. Crunchy, Ruan, Zombies. We had Hector here. We had Dottie here. Thank you all for watching and for the comments. Some nice vistas that we had, some great shots that I truly feel are pushing the boundaries of the game forwards, which is always a good thing. So now we need to make it super amazing and super cool. Maybe next time we start off with the foliage, see if we can add some different globes, like overlapping stuff, and make it feel more detailed, decorative, ornamental. Like we just add a bit of flavor to it, a bit of flavor, and then it will be absolutely amazing. I like the round shape. That's something that we're gonna keep. We'll just see where we end up, but this is a very good step in the right direction. There's also been this thing that I didn't talk about. There's a secret thing for this remaster coming sometime in the future. I need to find a way to make it work on this system so that I can stream it. We'll see, we'll see. Then next up, tomorrow morning, same time, same place as this live stream, I hope to be doing a crafts stream. We talked about this on the Angeldust live show back on Saturday. I hope to do a crafts stream where I have felt, and we're going to make a Christmas tree ornament out of felt and using a needle and threads. I'm not sure if it's going to work. I'm not sure how to approach this problem or how to stream it even, because I have no way, like if I can stream it with my camera or whatever. We'll try to make something work, but I'm going to make a tree ornament out of felt and thread, and we'll see. It's going to be a fun exercise at least. So if you want to see that, tune in tomorrow morning, and maybe I'll make my lunch in advance so that I can eat it on the live stream, and we can just have a short chat and I eat, and I'm not sure how long it takes to make such a tree ornament, but we'll see. At least thanks for being here, everyone, and thanks for all the feedback and the comments, the jokes. It was good. It was a nice stream, and I hope to see you again on a stream, maybe tomorrow, maybe on Saturday. We'll see. Have a good day, and see you next time. Thanks for watching. Bye. Of course, I'm still here, but I have to shut down the thing. It sounds like more fun, yeah, but I'm not really well versed with needle and thread just yet. So expect incidents where maybe I stick the needle into my skin, in my fingers. Anyway. See you when you're back on. See you later, Hector. See you all later. Thanks for listening. And next stream will be equally amazing. Bye. See you, Dottie. Best of luck.